Okay. Can somebody verify that we're live?
We're live.
Okay.
Stream on YouTube.
Okay.
On Facebook.
Let's get this train wreck on the tracks.
Live on YouTube.
CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS 80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks and grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world. CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good afternoon, everybody. And good morning to the people on the West Coast, and good afternoon to the people on the East Coast, and we're coming out at you live from VCF Midwest. We've got a whole collection of stars on our panel today. How are you, panel?
Doing fine. Doing great.
Is this thing on?
We need that David Ladd energy. That's what we need in here.
Hello!
Oh.
From Chicago.
So good to be here.
Thank you for
I
that.
hope you're looking forward to the show
today.
as much as I am.
Great. Well, before we start going around and do introductions, I just want to check with our host with the most, a normal day, Stevie Stroh. He's live on site at VCF Midwest. Stevie, are you in a good spot, and what's happening, and where are you going next? And we just all want to be right there with you.
Yeah, well, right now we're just chillaxing in the hotel room. Grant's getting ready to walk back out there. Grant's going to give you guys a tour of the show floor. I did about an hour's worth this morning, but it's hopping right now. So, I mean, I'm exhausted from walking around, and it's only a half a day right now. So you will be getting live coverage from the show floor shortly, courtesy of the Internet's own Grant Lee.
Do you have anybody else other than Grant?
Based on the budget, that was the best we could do.
Okay. All right.
What more do you need?
Thanks, Rob. Thanks a lot, Rob. I appreciate it.
I was just, just seeing if we had another choice. Mark B is with us. Mark is usually the guest host, guest streamer, and he's nice enough to let me take a stab at it. Mark, how are you doing, and what's on your mind?
Oh, doing just fine. Looking forward to seeing the floor there. Too bad. I wish I was there.
Indeed. And coming at you here, I'll unmute you, Ron Delvaux. I had muted you before as you stepped away there. How are you doing, and how's
Pretty good.
How's Arizona today?
As you would expect, since you live in the same area.
Wait a minute. I think I can see you outside my window. So, oh, hi.
I was yelling for you earlier. No, we're doing fine. Everything's cool. excited to see the show. Love all the different machines to look at, and especially ours.
Great. No, it is very exciting. Every top YouTuber is there. I'm watching LGR last night, and he's doing an unboxing video that he recorded earlier in the month because he's actually on his way to VCF Midwest. So, pretty exciting stuff. One thing that we know will be at VCF West is a overwhelming amount and number and quantity and content that involves a 6502 processor. And if there's anybody who knows about 6502, it's Mark D. Overholzer. Mark?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, I do know something about it.
Oh, hey,
It's-
look who's, hey, Eric.
And
Oh, it's Eric.
I guess Grant unmuted himself, so he's saying hi to a few people. Grant, do you need us to go to you live? Are you...
Oh, no, we're fine. I'm just trying to get in place here.
Okay, I'm going to remute you then. Okay. OS 9 forever is what we say around these parts, and when we need a question answer, we go to Mr. L. Curtis Boyle. How are you, Curtis?
Hello, everyone. Looking forward to seeing some live show coverage from the floor. Nitrous 9 is actually being represented there by Grant and David Ladd.
There's my sign.
With it, I was just about to mention the banner designed by Ron Delvaux. So
Yes, sir.
And
hopefully they'll get a lot of questions. They can forward a few to me, and I can maybe try to answer them through text chat or live if they happen to be at the booth.
Absolutely. And a man who almost needs no introduction, but I'll try anyway, the inventor of the high-res joystick interface, Mr. Steve Bjork.
Hey there, how's everybody doing? Today I'm wearing my 50th anniversary Haunted Mansion shirt that just celebrated this. It's 50 years that it's been running since August, and that really makes me feel old because I remember going there when I was a kid for the first time on the Haunted Mansion.
That's Haunted Mansion at Disneyland in California you're talking about, right?
Exactly, yeah, local. Is there really any other Disney park than Disneyland? The others are just copies.
Not a fan of Euro Disney, are you?
Well, a man who has never been copied. He is an original from up north, another Canadian, Nick Marotta.
Good afternoon. I had a really nice time traveling. I can't be at VCF physically, so I was traveling with some of the guys virtually yesterday through Discord, Jason and Tom and Grant, and I hope you guys are having a great time, and I'm living vicariously through you.
Absolutely, and we all are. Happy to have Grant kind of walking around. I think we'll leave him on mute for now until he's kind of stopped moving there. Stevie, we talked to Nick Morentis from down under. Who knows what time it is over there? I believe you're in the future. Can you tell us anything?
Just wake up, guys.
It's a birthday boy.
It's 4 a.m. in the morning here, so yeah, give me a few minutes to wake up properly.
Have you had your Vegemite yet?
Have you had your core dump?
No. No.
Or have you got tonight's lottery numbers?
The winning ones. I haven't got the winning ones yet. I'm looking forward to seeing this VCF though, and particularly interested to see what the how the CoCos are represented.
Absolutely. Well, I hope our next guest did not have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Coming to you live from Jersey, Mr. Al Hartman.
Yep, no, didn't have to wake up at 4 in the morning. I was already up.
That's okay. Maybe you haven't gone to bed yet.
No, well, it's only 2 p.m. here in Jersey.
And Al, I assume you're pretty excited to see VCF Midwest. Have you been to?
I was there. I've got to get to one of these. Every time a VCF comes around, I'm always unavailable. I missed the one here, VCF East, that I don't live that far from. So I'm hoping to get there next year.
As am I. At least I got to go to one of them this year. And Terry Steeg has joined us, a man who has a singular obsession with Tandy Data products, whatever that is. Terry, are you out there? All right.
There we go. If I could unmute. Sorry about that. Hey, everybody. And I have to say happy birthday, Nick.
Marentes.
Thanks, Steve. Terry.
And the birthday present I have for you is my camera's broke, so you don't get to see me. So happy birthday.
Thanks a lot.
All right.
Much appreciated.
Well, thank you, Terry. John Strong has just joined. Right on time, John. We are right at the end of the panel here. John, do you have any news about your products, and are you here to see VCF West? What are you excited about lately?
Well, hoping to make it to 10 assembly
next year.
Don't leave us hanging.
10 Assembly's coming up in 2
Just
weeks.
lost your audio there, John.
Okay, well.
Now we'll never know when it is.
Yes,
So
I wonder what he
yanked his mic out.
All right, well, John Strong will be back with us at some point to finish that sentence.
To be continued.
Oh, there you are, John. Can you hear us, John? Oh, we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
We can't hear you, but we can loop back to you and get. Okay, while John's working on that, we'll go back to Stevie. Stevie, what's going on in the bedroom?
He's doing his Bill Gates pose by the looks of it.
The beds here are amazingly comfortable, and I'm having a hard time getting out of it right now. I came here to rest after lunch, and I just can't get out of bed. It's freaking. This is a gourmet luxury hotel.
All right. Well, what do you want to do, Grant? Are you in a position where you can show us anything now, or should we do other things, or do news first, or what do you think?
I am ready to go. The only thing I will say is I'm going to mute myself because, as Stevie will tell you, the room is extremely loud. So I will go through and show you guys what's going on. If you guys want me to slow down or show a close up of something, let me know because I can hear it in my ear. But I'm going to mute my mic because it's going to be extremely loud in the room.
Yeah, no problem, and I can mute you if I notice that. So just check your phone. You might already be muted, but is there anything? Sorry, go ahead.
Right now, I'll start walking towards the Coco stuff right now, so that's what everybody wants to see. So.
Yeah, is all the Coco stuff pretty well together in the same area, or?
Yes, it is.
It's like in Zone B, which is the second room.
So go ahead and spotlight Grant. So,
I remember when Stevie was walking around yesterday, there's a few other spots that had like an MC10 and Coco. I don't know if it's in the same B or not.
Just give me a little bit. So I'm heading over to the Coco stuff right now, and then I'll come back out to the hallway. Luckily, a lot of people are at lunch right now, so it's not quite as busy as it was earlier. So.
Okay, we've got you on full screen here just to kind of take a look at what's going on. The background noise isn't actually that bad.
Yeah, it'll get bad here in a minute when we get in the room. So.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Coco stuff. And actually, there's quite a big crowd in there. It looks like at our tables.
Oh, I see.
Cool.
Good.
A lot of activity.
Hey, David, we're live.
Big fan.
The key switch for a power switch, but it's and these joysticks and this tape recorder $10.
What? That's the key? It's Coco 3?
It's Coco 3, but it appears to be filled with OxyClean or something.
What is the key for?
What's the key for? They want to.
We're not sure. I may open it up later, maybe over a trash can and dump out the oxygen. The power switch is broken off, which I can fix. I have those.
Oh, maybe the key's the power switch then.
He's probably the power switch.
Are we on?
Yes, we are live.
We are live. All right. Hello. I'm busy talking to all these people, so I haven't even a chance to talk about, spreading the Coco. This is Coco Road here. David, Richard, Neil's down there.
Ukuleles.
Yeah, the new venue looks pretty nice.
Oh, I like the one on the right.
Yeah, that's mine. I got the multicolor one.
Yes.
And here's David Ladd.
I think his mic is really directional.
David Ladd, he was only his direction.
He's using his AirPod mic?
Yeah, I am.
Yes, Grant.
Okay, yeah. It's definitely aimed right for your mouth, but pretty well nobody else.
Yeah.
By the way, Rob, thanks again for your signs. They did very well.
Oh, they're beautiful, beautiful.
They look great.
Gorgeous, gorgeous.
We should have had plenty of them too.
I'm impressed that the MC10 is playing Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
Jim Gary is just a wizard.
Sock Master and,
right by,
Jim
and
Gary.
also right by the MC10.
Yeah, that's the new useful MC10 right there.
Yeah, that's the MC11 there.
Yeah, MC11.
I don't see Highway playing anywhere.
Yeah. Why is Highway not playing?
Have you told people it's 100% machine language and basic?
What, is my brother on here?
No, your brother's not on here. I think you're safe right now.
It's in the rotation.
All right, I'm starting I'll start the tour of the table here.
Yeah,
so you guys want to see something?
Yeah, the background noise is not that bad. I don't know if your iPhone is suppressing it, but it sounds pretty good. You sound pretty good from from here.
Noise canceling.
All right,
Did a good job. Hi, everyone.
Hi, David Ladd.
And by the way, for you,
Oh,
Nick.
Nick Marentes, it says coming soon, so we'll just tell everyone next week.
You know it's 9.
Yeah.
Go down to the local Radio Shack next week for the.
I do have a CoCoTALK first. We have Tom C. in the flesh.
Hey, Tom C.
How you's doing?
How you doing? Forget about it.
And then here is Richard, hard at work or hardly working at all, whichever you may ask.
Do we have?
Check out those people skills.
Love that glare.
Yeah, they say work on your people skills.
That's customer service right there. Oh.
But careful, he's got something hot.
He turned that frown right upside down.
Hey, let him get back to work. He's got a lot of boards to fix there.
Yeah, he's got some stuff to work on, it looks like. So, all right, here comes some TRS-80 Radio Shack stuff here. Oh, there's Eric again.
Some Model 1s.
Like Eric's shirt.
I think that one has a bit of an issue.
Yeah.
That's the new smooth scrolling option.
Yeah, that's
horizontal scrolling.
It's like the monitor is a little rough.
Touchy.
It's a Tandy
Was that Neil's?
4000.
Out of 4,000?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say, is that on Neil's BBS or something? I can see Telex is running, but.
Yeah,
Looks like it.
There's BBS stuff there.
Yep, Internal Affairs.
He has an HX here set up.
With Prince of Persia by the looks
Prince
of
of
it.
Persia never ported to the Color Computer 3.
But it could be.
It could be.
By the way, the source code for that for the Apple II GS is available.
Some
Yes,
more
it
Tandy
is.
stuff here.
Ooh, Model 2. Or is
Color
it
bezel.
Model 16? Model 2?
That's a Model 2, but the bezel looks funny.
Yeah, that looks
What's
different.
that? RDS? And
Yeah,
maybe-
RDS 3.
Okay.
That's probably after they had to fix the monitor. There's a poke you can do on Model 2 that actually blows up the monitor.
That's
that was
convenient.
before.
Yeah, I
knew
can tell because it's
people-
white, not gray.
I knew people that had used that poke to sabotage a computer that was running pirated software.
Oh,
Hey, what's this
really? Handy private label stuff, though?
Private label and Dahlgren?
Yeah, I do not know what that is.
I mean, Dahlgren's the name of Glenn Dahlgren that ran Sundog, I know, but I don't know if that's related or not. That's how you spell his
Here's
last name.
another one. And the TRS Wiki.
Ooh.
Another weird brand.
Yeah.
Funny
These
bezel.
are all non-standard TRS-80s from what I can tell.
Modified.
Ooh, that's familiar.
That one's really modified. No keyboard.
Yeah, I don't think that
It's
keyboard.
It's got a PC keyboard up. He's probably running the PC keyboard adapter.
Yep, it's in front there. And it's got a black MPI.
Micro sticker. Yeah, so a PS2 keyboard adapter looks like.
Switcheroo.
Yeah.
Look how fast that is.
Judging by the keyboard, I'm guessing this is Brian Schubring's table.
This is the Glenside table. I believe the Renfeld's doing this table today.
Oh, okay.
Potpourri stuff then.
Is that a pie there?
And I do not know what this is. So.
It's an Intellivision on the right. Well, it's-
Oh yeah, that definitely is, but I don't know what this is.
Oh, a Tandy Vision.
Yeah, that is a Pandivision. Thank you. I didn't notice.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's.
Yeah,
I
it's the
think,
Intellivision clone
yeah, it's.
with the wood grain finish.
Those joysticks are.
It's so simple.
They were third-party add-on.
All right, now that was all the Coco stuff. So now we're going into the history of the Sims, Sim Cities, and all that stuff.
Yeah. Is there anything, Curtis, that's sort of like The Sims? I know we never got a Sims port, but is there anything that where you can build cities and build that type of game for the color computer?
I've not really. There's some like war games you can design your own maps and stuff like that, but that's, you know, a war simulation, not a sim thing. Biosphere maybe is about the closest, where you can, you know, merge animals and plants together to make new species.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I gotta play that.
Populate
Again.
the planet.
Yeah, I had that. Ooh, realistic.
Yeah, this is Eric Canals's Laserdisc table.
Yeah, and Stevie was showing somebody was selling laser discs early, like Space 1999. So.
Well, so no, Eric sells his excess ones, so.
And if you're interested in telephones, this is definitely the setup here.
Oh, good. Those are the nice, cool phones that can actually use acoustic coupler modems.
The red one, we had one like that growing up.
Even old-fashioned modems.
Not that old fashioned. They're V92.
V92, that's pretty modern, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Hello?
Hang up the phone, Mom.
And I have no clue what all that is down there.
Oh yeah, yeah. It would get all that garbage marked to your terminal program as soon as Mom picks up the phone.
Capacitors,
Those are capacitors for an Apple II.
Be nice.
Apple One.
Now
There
they're.
you go. There's a video phone, old video phone.
Oh wow.
That'd be cool if they had two working ones.
Yeah.
And there's Eric again. All right, I'm gonna go a little faster here. Let me know if you guys want me to slow down or anything.
I want to ask one question. Is stuff for sale all throughout, or do they have a separate area for sale like they had at the Western one?
It is sold throughout.
Okay, so that's different than...
And actually, that's where I'll head here in a second here. Actually,
Yeah.
I might do that now. I'll
The
might show you
VCF
guys what the auction stuff.
The VCF Midwest and I believe the Southeast one do things differently than the Pacific Northwest, the West, and the East.
There's a Timex Sinclair.
So it's just like the regular computer industry. There's so many nice standards that everybody has their own.
I used to have one of those gray ones.
What was that sign?
Circlize.
2068?
What's that?
Yeah, that was their later one.
The sign is 2068 personal computers.
Yeah, there was a color one, wasn't it? Or one of the color ones?
Guy did a nice job setting up his display.
Yeah, I agree. It's a very nice display.
The 2068 was an American clone of the Sinclair Spectrum. They tried to bring the Spectrum to America, but it didn't pass FCC. So since they had to redesign it to pass FCC, they decided to add a real sound chip, joystick ports. It even has RGB out available on the expansion connector.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh,
we
that's
sold
right.
a lot of those at Zebra.
Yeah, you work for a company that sold those. So.
Yep. I'm your resident expert on the Timex Sinclair line. There's a clone of the Coco in Brazil called the CP500. that uses a very similar case.
Hey Grant, what is that computer? Oh, that's an MSX down to the to your
one?
right. That's
This one?
Yeah. What is that?
Yeah, MSX.
Okay, and it's got a
Easy.
cartridge. It's got a built-in cartridge at the top, and no, I don't see a disk drive. Okay. That's
Yeah,
cool.
once
Let's see. Yeah, right there.
Oh, the disk drive on the side. Wow, you got everything with
Yeah.
this. Oh, it's very fancy. Sony MSX.
The next computer to the left looks like one of those Sharp 6.
That's right. X68000, the greatest
Yep.
computer ever made.
There were a couple of those at VCF West. Very nice.
Motorola inside.
And it looks like people are allowed to interact with all the computers on the main floor too. Like they can play around with them. That's true.
Oh yeah, yeah. There's a lot of
Oh, yeah.
displays set up. Oh. There's
Coco's for sale.
stuff.
Coco too.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, get both of them for $200.
take both for 200. I don't know. For disk drives?
Yeah.
No, it's a color computer too.
Oh, you get the color computer and the disk drive for 200?
No, I think it's with both drives. I think, isn't it?
It's a very confusing
Yeah.
sign.
I think
color
there's two
computer
different systems. Looks like there's two different systems. Looks like there's one color computer too with a disk drive and one.
Yeah.
Yeah, or you can get all of it for 200 total.
This is an Atari 800 XL.
Mm-hmm. It's like the second generation, I think.
Oh.
There's an Atom.
Atom. Coleco Atom with the tape drives.
There you go. You got some kind of floppy emulator there. Or emulator so you don't have to
Drive-in.
use the tape drive.
Yep.
The Coleco Atom is a Z80 based system, but the basic is very similar to AppleSoft.
Oh, yeah, they cloned it entirely.
Ooh. What do we got here?
Spectra Video.
Yep.
Ooh, Spectra Video. What's in that? See, there's no signs with any data on it.
Yeah,
I think
this is
that's
a-
another.
The Z80.
I think it's another MSX system, but I'm not sure.
I remember one of the Spectre videos actually had the joystick built right into by the keyboard. It actually wasn't detachable; it was built into the case.
Actually, yeah, there's the keyboard there.
It was a pre-MSX one,
Oh, yeah?
but it's very similar.
Z80. and-
Exidy.
Oh yeah, I
Sorcerer?
remember
Oh,
those.
Sorcerer.
Exidy
Yeah.
Sorcerer. Yep.
Yeah. No, those are a system.
They're at the
Bill
time
Noble's
they're
very
the,
first computer. Sorry, go ahead.
at the time they were the highest resolution computer, black and white, but highest resolution.
And this
This
must be
is
one
a
of Jim
Video
Brain's Video Brain thing.
Video Brain.
This was a game console, I believe. Came out in the 70s.
Hey, since you mentioned Jim Brain, there's actually a YouTube video from a couple of years ago of Jim Brain giving a presentation at VCF Midwest. So if anyone's interested in watching that, I'll post the link.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it in the YouTube chat so that it gets saved on the video too.
Isn't there? I remember Crazy Climber. Isn't there a port of Crazy Climber on the Coco?
You mean Canyon Climber by Steve Bjork?
No, Crazy Climber.
Oh,
That's
what's
a
the
different
difference? I don't
game.
know the difference.
Crazy Climber, you're climbing up the side of a building.
Oh, okay.
And you use two
joysticks.
two joysticks, one for each hand, so you can move the hands around. Yeah, make sure that things didn't fall on you or windows didn't close on you.
So Topo is a robot that Nolan Bushnell made. It had an interface with the Atari and the Apple II and I think the Commodore 64. So you could actually control it with a link.
Oh, this here?
Yeah, that. Very cool. Late 70s.
I thought that was David Ladd's date for the evening.
Yeah.
Huh? No, but they're telling me. Okay.
Not long after that, Heathcliff came out with a robot.
That was the Hero one, yeah. I actually played with one of those. 68,008 or 6808. 6808.
There's a, I don't know what this is, but it's behind a locked glass, a bit 90.
I haven't heard of that one.
Looks like a clone of something.
Now I can understand why it's behind glass. It's probably one of only few still left.
By the way, if you want Rampage, it's $35.
Wow.
How much royalties do you get out of that, Steve?
No.
All right.
Activision got all the royalties.
You just got a flat fee on that one?
Yep.
Bruce Moore is saying he assembled a Hero 1 in high school.
$20 for Guanabana.
This looks like the Steve Bjork table here. There's a whole bunch of your games on here.
I did get royalties on Guanabana.
Oh, per copy?
Yep.
Oh, good.
So-
Well, there you go.
According to oldcomputers.com, the Bit 90 was
Wow.
except ColecoVision cartridges and Atari 2600 cartridges.
Have you guys heard of this one, Warlock?
Yeah, that's a 3D chess. It's kind of like, what was that Amiga battle chess thing called?
Battle chess, yeah.
Yeah, it's a kind of a 3D version of that. It's written by Greg Zumwalt.
Is it OS9?
No.
No, I don't think so. I think it was RS-DOS.
No.
Hey, Grant, is that?
It's 3D wireframe.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's called
There's like
Warlock?
a snake and a guy with an axe.
I want to play that.
Which one? Warlock?
Warlock? Is that what it's
Varlock.
called?
Varlock.
Varlock.
Oh, Varlock. Okay, I'll look for that in the archive. Or
Yeah, I might have to get that. I might have to buy that.
I should have it on my games page if you want to see what it looks like.
okay, I'll post the link to that.
How much is this?
For Varlock? You buying Varlock?
Just here, put it aside and I'll come back because I'm streaming right now, so I'll be back.
Varlock, Coco123. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a good game.
That Weird Al Yankovic with a Hawaiian shirt?
Yeah.
I don't think the pieces automatically win. Like in, I don't think the pieces are ranked and automatically win.
No, you actually have to play a bit of an arcade
Battle.
game attacking them, so you can beat a stronger piece if you're really good.
Yeah.
Your life levels are based on kind of which piece is more powerful, but you can
yeah.
work around it.
Next station, that's the flat pizza box versus. There's
So
a
that-
next cube there
If it's a
somewhere.
station, that's a 6840, right? The cube is a 6830?
I
68,030 and 40, I should say.
There's a cube somewhere too. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
I remember
yeah.
the pizza box one, I think, was a 68,040 color system, and the 68,030 cube was a black and white.
Oh, that was a next. That was the next computer.
There's a next. That was a next.
They were nice systems, but very expensive.
Oh, very, very expensive.
The basis of Mac OS 10, just in case you're wondering.
Yep.
Yep.
That's right.
Steve Jobs still won.
I'm sorry, David Lab was texting me because it came through. So. All right, a lot of software here. Lot of
Qualipad.
Qualipad?
Yeah, which one?
Look at the end of the cable.
Yeah, look at the connector. So DE9, so DIN. Okay.
DM9.
Yeah, probably Commodore Atari.
Yeah,
Does that work
Atari.
with the joystick adapter?
Probably not. There are
It's
Coco
analog.
specific Qualipads.
It's analog. It might actually, because the Coco is the voltage divider, so
Ooh, video toaster.
that's an Amiga.
Amiga.
2000 probably.
Yep, Mega 2000.
And that was created by the guy that did the original CoCoMax, Tim Jennison.
Yep, Tim Jennison.
Me recording myself.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, Inception.
That's wow. What do we got? Wait, what do we got right to the? Oh, another HX.
Yeah.
EX,
Yep, another-
HX.
It's got a digital, flash drive. Apple II GS.
Yep.
Apple II enhanced with a dark keyboard. Like circa 85.
Oh, somebody brought their.
Is that a pet back there?
Somebody
Yeah,
brought.
I think it
there's a
was.
pet. Yeah, there's a pet.
Yep, that's a pet.
A later one, not the old calculator keyboard.
Yep.
And not a super pet that can eventually run OS 9 with a slight upgrade.
Model 1 with a broken keyboard.
Oh, at least the TRSA screens work on this one.
Yep.
And another one.
Uh-oh. What?
It says
That just
hello,
looks like
hello,
scrolling
hello.
text. I think that's where.
Oh, is that real? Okay, is that?
Yeah.
Just showing how
Starbucks.
fast BASIC is.
PowerBook
Some
G3.
old laptops here from Max.
Yeah, Mac laptops.
Yeah,
The old
those
touchpad
laptops
just
are,
after this. What's go ahead,
The-
Steve?
I was going to say some of those laptops are so old they're luggables.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
well,
have
the
a
original
wall-
Mac Portable was what, 14 pounds or 21
See,
pounds or something?
I loved this
Oh,
design
the
for
20th,
the 20th
anniversary, right?
Yeah.
Or
20th anniversary.
That was like a media station. It's got speakers.
And it was expensive.
Yep.
But I liked that one. That was a nice system.
Hey, there's a Newton.
Newton.
Yep, I have a
The
Newton
120,
100. They're nice.
Made infamous by Doonesbury cartoons.
Yep.
Oh,
A little
yeah.
before its time.
Little Pac-Man on the Apple
I
IIc.
do love the Apple IIc.
The old trackball version of the Power Books before they switched to the.
Mhm.
Oh, we've got
There's another Mac.
another Mac.
Yeah, that's a 5200. It's an educational
2 drives.
version of the Mac.
3 drives, if you count the CD-ROM. We've got a Boing Ball. Oh, we've got
That's a Spectrum.
Commodore. Be nice to the Commodore people.
Yeah, it's a 64C. It's the monitor.
Got a joystick adapter that might be the Spectrum version of an SD3 also.
We've got what, a 500 here with a virtual floppy and something coming out of. What's that? What's the thing that says individual computers on the left? Okay, and there's.
Looks like compact flash. Yeah.
Okay, and it's going into a PC MCIA.
No. No, it's going into the expansion port.
Oh, okay,
That's also an accelerator.
Hey,
Yeah.
pretty good. Sorry, I'm streaming right now.
That's where the PC MCIA
We'll be coming back
on
around here
the
later.
600 1200 is. So. Okay,
Yeah, we got
so
some
the
data
500
frames,
has
so.
an expansion port on that side. Got it.
Yep. And that's an accelerator. That's a really nice little unit. And you see that connector on the back of it? You can put on a second board to increase its capabilities.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah, so the guy is offering us any questions. For me, any questions later, let me know, and I'll come back and ask them for you, okay?
Okay. Oh, what do we got here? This looks like
The millionaire.
Calculating machine.
the original luggable. Oh, okay.
Wow. It's like a fancy abacus.
It's this 1895 Swiss calculating machine.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
That's not too long after the Babbage thing was designed.
Not too long.
What's the red blinky boxes? I love blinky lights. What's
It's probably a MSIA or
It's a DEC PDP-11 front panel. Yep. Probably on a Raspberry Pi.
All right.
There's a
Yeah,
slide
looks like it
machine, too. Looks like a koi fluorescer.
All right. We're still seeing new stuff, huh? Wow.
Yep. Oh yeah, we got 3 rings to go. I kid you not. This is huge. We'll probably take a commercial break here after I get my other earpiece real quick too. So.
Was there a Vectrix at this show?
Might be. I mean, we still got 3 other rooms to go through.
Oh.
That screen came out good.
Vic 20.
Yeah, just let me know how much you want for it.
One of the rooms is presentations and the auction stuff, so it's a lot
There's
smaller.
some
All right.
Apple beige G3s on the floor there.
Excuse me, guys.
Mm.
Okay. Hey, Rob, you want to go on a commercial break real quick, and I will be back. I'm gonna get my other earpiece real quick.
What, Grant? You gonna take a leaky? What's going on?
No. I gotta get my other earpiece. I have one of my earpods inside.
Well, we're still seeing stuff. You want me to just mute you?
Looks like Osborne.
Or
I gotta run back to the other hotel.
Oh,
I gotta
okay.
run back to the hotel room. So if you want to do a commercial break.
Okay. Well, why don't we take a commercial break and then we'll come back and kind of talk about what we're going to talk about and see if Grant's ready to continue. Okay.
Excuse me. It is hairpiece.
We'll be right back after these messages.
Hi there, this is Mark Overholzer, and you're watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly talk show where you can join in. Hey, come watch us and see what's happening in the world of cocoa.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex, we think it works, so will you.
What's going on, everybody? Stevie Stroh, and I want to say thank you for continuing to watch and listen to CoCoTALK. We love doing this show. We think we put together a pretty good show for you, but this show could be better with your help. So if you would like to send a feedback, a comment, a suggestion, a show topic, or maybe even your own little segment or bumper, then send it to us via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. This show would be nothing without you. Love to hear from you.
CoCoTALK, c'est le coq champignon, des micros et dans le pion. Pour le jeu, il est pas battable, les études, c'est pas disable. L'expansion, il a ça, les commandes, tu vois ça. Notre Coco est programmable, pour tes cours, c'est bien serviable. Coco 2 de Radio Chaton, la terre est dans le sac.
Un ordinateur couleur qui a de la personnalité. Le Coco 2 de Radio Shack. On solde pour Noël à partir de 149,95.
Coco 2 de Radio Chaton, la terre est dans le sac, c'est toi et Coco 2.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
They have the wrong colors for Megabug in that ad.
I don't know. But it is supposed to be blue in the background or orange?
I can't remember.
Do you remember, Steve, if the maze is supposed to be blue or orange in Megabug?
I'm trying to remember. I've seen it flipped so many times. I can't remember. I'll have to look at the picture again. Gotta also remember that's almost 40 years ago.
Yeah, Nick.
Okay, guys.
What are you trying to do here?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, Grant. Well, it looks like you're still walking. So I'll just ask John Strong if he's out there. John, we missed your intro. Do you wanna? Are you out there? Johnny Strong. Okay. Well, we'll come back to John then. We'll go back to Grant. Grant, are you? We're seeing a lot of tables, but not much computers. Are you almost there?
Yeah, oh yeah, yep. I'm about 20 feet away from the door.
Okay.
I thought you were stopping for lunch.
Yeah, we're not going to watch you eat lunch.
This is the lunch.
One thing about Megabug, it did have the alternate color, so if you held down the clear key or something like that when you turned it on.
Oh, for Coco 3 or for PMO 3?
PAL.
Oh, PAL.
Yeah, PMO 3, but for PAL, so they actually
For PAL, got it. Because I was like, there was no Coco 3 back then, but yeah, for the other.
Yeah.
Yep.
By the way, that guy wanted $250 for that game. That
Varlock?
whatever that game was. That we played. Yeah, $250.
All right.
What?
So, what was the problem then?
Did you buy 2 of them?
Yeah, right. Now, what we buying now?
Was that American or Canadian?
Have you
Either way, that's too much.
Have you spotted any famous YouTubers? Have we seen LGR? Have we seen the 8-bit guy other than last night?
Yeah, I've seen him earlier today.
Now,
all right.
Quick question for you. The people that are in the hallway, are they overflow or they wanted to be in the hallway?
It's overflow.
Overflow, okay.
Yep. And everybody, here's our favorite tool right here.
Oh, Lord.
All right, so now we are entering Zone C, I'm sorry. And this is going to be the Commodore and Atari room.
Figures,
well,
that's where...
we can go quickly through this one.
Okay. As you notice, there's not many people in this room. It's like by the Coco room, so.
Yeah, no, it looks like people are very bored
Just
by
walk by each table saying 6502 is crap at each table.
Yep.
Yeah.
You leave a little flyer.
Oh, tell us what you really think, Curtis.
Except if it's running the Liber 09 and OS 9.
But that's running 6809, so that's accepted, right?
Yes.
Yes. Now it's interesting here that Grant is multitasking. This is something that the Commodore people don't know anything about.
So if you guys want to pick up anything, let me know.
Yeah, I still haven't figured out how to multitask with my Amiga, so you might have to.
I have one question. Is Zone C? You said it's Commodore and Atari. Does this just the 8 bits, or does this go up into their 16 bits like the STs and the Amigas and stuff too?
See,
there's Amigas in here too.
There's a Sinclair QL 6808, 68,008.
Oh, that's true. 68,000. That's right.
But it's the 8-bit version of the 68,008. So it's got an 8-bit data bus.
Oh, you're right. You.
It's slow as molasses.
Yeah, I hated it. We sold them at Zebra. I didn't like them at all.
Stacy.
Yep. And the nice thing about the Stacy is you can plug in a cartridge and emulate the Mac faster than a Mac Plus at the time.
Oh, wow.
There's a ZX Spectrum Plus 2.
I got Megabug playing in the background.
There you go. I have one of those. That's an Atari Mega ST.
Okay.
I just don't have a keyboard for mine. I have an adapter to use an XT keyboard.
All right.
That's a
Got-
Falcon.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that
the
a
60030 line.
Wow.
Yep, that's a nice system.
A rare computer.
Yeah, sadly they are rare. I would love to get one, but
What do we got here? Oh, Epson.
Was it Epson that made the actual Model 100? I'm trying to remember because
no.
It was Kyocera.
Kyocera.
Right, right.
There's an Atari ST.
And this is the suburban Chicago Atarians.
They call themselves Scat. That's kind of
Oh.
strange.
I like Scatman Crothers, the scatting, the.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's your mind, Curtis?
Right where it should be, being by Atari booths, but
I love those Epix XL joysticks. Those are nice joysticks. I use that on my Coco with my adapter.
Security monitors.
Yes.
Another Atari. It's like 800 or 1200 XL.
Oh, there's another Spectrum Z80 based system.
All right.
That wooden box next to it, was that was that Gigamon or something?
Gigatron.
Gigatron. Yeah.
That's the 8-bit guy built one of those. He has a video on it.
Yeah.
And I saw snacks in another box.
Is that an Atari 7200 or is that the
which one?
That Atari right there.
Okay.
Is that
He has the Atari hooked up to a Sony Watchman here.
nice?
Is that a 5200 or a 7800?
No, that's looks like a 2600.
2600.
Oh yeah, the newer one version of it. Yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah,
right.
the later. Mm-hmm.
I forgot about that one.
Cool. So he's playing it on that little thing.
Very cool. I actually found a little TV like that.
There's
We'll be back.
Jumpman, I think.
I'm wondering if I can hook that
all
up
the way
to my
around before
Coco.
my phone dies. There's another Commodore. I'm going to go kind of fast here, so. The Atari 130 XE.
There's the MC10.
Oh look,
Yep, there's an
Ooh,
MC10.
it's a doorstop.
And actually another Coco 3 over here, guys.
Playing Rick's Temple of Rom.
Oh, then a PC 1 or 2?
No, actually, it's not Temple Run. It's that Sierra game. I don't know.
No, it's Temple of.
I was looking at this.
It's playing something.
Oh, that's a hacked cartridge. You can see like he's got extra connectors he's added. So
Yeah.
he just used an old Silpede cartridge for whatever. Model
There's a
100,
Model
PC2,
100.
it looks like.
And then,
And the
yep.
piece that was made by Sharp for Tandy.
And then we have Ultra Pong by Atari here.
Psychedelic Pong.
Yeah. All right, we do have arcade games in here too, by the way.
You gonna take one of those home, Grant?
Yeah, let me put that in my trunk right now. Mr. Do.
That's a clone of Mr. Dig off the Coco, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then we also have Missile Command here.
Yeah, Polaris. Yeah.
Let's just rewrite history a little bit.
I do not know what this is.
That's a Commodore 64 logic board.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yep.
With the car battery.
So a luggable version.
Here's a Commodore VIC. A lot of this stuff is for sale, it looks like. I do not know what this is. This is a Commodore
Oh no, that's David Murray's new
8-bit guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
X16.
X16.
Nice. Look at that.
This is the one that Nick said that nobody would buy, right?
Right.
Actually, it's pretty cool. It looks really good, actually.
Yeah, that's one of his prototypes.
Okay, so this is David Murray's table?
It might be, yeah. But he's not here. He might be at lunch.
We're giving a seminar or something.
Our Atari 800 over there.
Yep.
And then we have I don't know what this is. Diebold?
Yeah, that's just the name of the key on the keyboard.
Yeah, Diebold makes like ATM machines.
Yeah, they do.
ATM cracker?
I don't know.
Please swipe your card.
A Lynx.
Or is no card needed?
Alpha prototype. I don't know. This is a lot of Atari prototype stuff over here, it looks like.
Yeah, the Lynx was their video game system. Wasn't it the one that you could hook 8 of them together for multiplayer?
Yep.
Yeah, that's why they called it Lynx. You could link them. Very clever naming.
Didn't do
Steve
too
York,
well.
are you still awake over there?
Commodore C128.
Went through batteries like crazy.
So if you need a power brick for your Commodore, they got new ones, it looks like. $60
Yeah,
each.
there's people who've been rebuilding them. Those things are just junk. They're just a standard linear transformer, and the regulator will go out, fry your RAM.
Yep, you got to be careful plugging in. If you find an old Commodore at a flea market, you better test that power supply before plugging it into the system.
Even
And
after
here
that,
are
Yeah.
a bunch of Commodore calculators, if you guys care to know.
before
Yeah,
Commodore computers, they made calculators, and before that, typewriters.
There's a guy who sells a protector that you can put in circuit with the power supply to.
There's a couple of them. Carlson.
Yeah,
is
Ray
one of-
Carlson. Yep.
Yeah.
I've been meaning to get one of his rebuilt power supplies.
There's a bag for an SX64. I should get myself one too. I have 3 or 4 Commodore C64.
Ah, there you go.
Oh, you got a
Does
Mac.
anybody have a Commodore? Does anybody have a Commodore credit card? Got an application for one there.
Oh,
Wait, what is that? Is that a 16?
it's a Max.
Commodore Max. Yeah, that was made for Japan, I think. Never was released in the United States.
Commodore typewriters.
Commodore phone.
By the way, just to let you know, Jim Breen brought his living room TV in today.
Yeah, that's what I was commenting on last night. That's
There's your
kind of like the
Vectrex.
TV I had on my Coco 1 back in the day, except the one we had was even bigger than that.
There's a Vectrex there on your left.
This is Jim Breen's table, by the way.
Except, is that TV an LCD display?
No. That is a Vectrex, isn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Grant, if you see an STC extender, can you grab it for me?
They want to know if you have the SCC extender. The extender.
Oh, there it
They
is.
want to buy one. Oh, there it is over here. Excuse me.
Okay.
Oh, he says you can't buy it yet, guys.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
hey, you know what? What I'll do for you, Rob? I'll just do this.
Just take it. He'll never notice. There you go.
Comes free with
By the
cookies.
way, I don't know what this thing is here, but he's going to do something to it at 10 o'clock. It's supposed to be very bright.
Looks like a Bandit.
It's
Or
a
is it-
Tesla. It's a Tesla battery.
Oh,
Tesla
okay.
battery.
It's the one you use to make your hair stand up, isn't it?
And then, of course, we got our favorite cookies and stuff over here.
El Bell High.
Oh, what's the announcement, Grant?
Somebody parked in a Tesla spot, and they're going to tow the car if they don't move it.
Well, it's not that the Tesla burned up.
Breaking news.
Commodore watches.
This is a fine time to point out that at VCF Midwest, all personal conflicts must go to mediation. And by mediation,
Oh, this is those stereo glasses that we saw. No, right there, the goggles on the right.
Oh, yes.
That could be easily adapted to the CoCo.
Alan, somebody did it already, actually. They had fiddled with it.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
that's
just have
actually
to
pretty
write
cool.
games that use it.
Because you basically just flash between two scenes with slightly different offset perspectives.
Yep. Give a stereoscope effect. Original 1840 drive.
Street Defender.
That's the Commodore version of the Candy Line Printer 7, or the GP. It's a Seikosha graphics printer. The Line Printer 7, or what did they call it? The DP100 or something.
Pet with the hood up.
Yep, that's a pet.
Pets have that little stick in there to hold them up.
Like a car hood.
Oh,
Let's go back to the pet.
Yeah, does it still have the original keyboard?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
got the-
that's the one I grew up with.
got the data set in it and the little keyboard. That's the original pet model.
The tiny little space bar.
Yep.
That is a tiny space bar. Man.
That's a functional microcomputer.
Now,
though.
what's that logic board?
We're talking about this earlier.
The one, no, well, the big red one.
It's the blue up in it.
It's just a map.
It's an Amiga. It's a Amiga clone hardware, but it's got real CPU and stuff.
Yeah, so there's a built one right there.
Yeah.
PowerPC version of the Amiga.
Stevie was talking to the guy earlier. If you watch the earlier video from today on YouTube or Facebook, you'll see I'm talking to him.
Yeah, because I know people are working on replicating the 1000 and the 4000 and everything in between. There are a bunch of guys doing the Atari ST logic boards.
Electronics.
And hopefully we'll eventually have a Coco 3 logic board replica.
And we got a young guy here playing on the computer. Too bad it's not a Coco.
64C. Or is it 128?
128.
That's 128.
Hey, Greg, go talk to that kid about Nitrous 9.
Yeah. A lot of young people here, I will say.
It looks like a VIC 20, maybe?
Yeah, that is a VIC 20.
Hey, wait a minute. That looks like Nick Morente's, that game that nobody can figure out, that Nick Morente's made.
Neutroid.
Yeah.
Neutroid.
So, I guess that was a cheap knockoff, Nick? What was?
No, it's a very different game.
Oh, okay.
Is that a
Yeah, that one there we just saw is actually understandable, unlike Nick's.
That looks like a Commodore 128D.
Yep.
That is correct. Yep, that is correct.
I have a bunch of Commodore stuff too, so I know some of it. I just don't talk about it.
Just let you know, we're about done with the Commodore group. So
See,
Okay.
see,
We
look
love
at that
all
clear
retro.
case.
Yeah, that's.
They found,
you can
found
buy
the
those.
original
I think those are
Commodore
individual
molds.
computers. You can buy them.
They found the original Commodore molds for the cases, and they just were able to use them. That blue case is another reproduction case.
They made red and a blue and a clear and a black, I think. Yeah, so it cost a bit, but they did a run of all of them.
Boy, that thing on the top there looks like a PC Junior add-on on top of that monitor.
let me go back to it.
Oh, yes, yes. It looks
Oh, yeah,
like the hard drive thing that you...
XETPC, what it is. I don't know what it is. Hard drive.
But it was the case is
Hard drive.
definitely meant for a PC Junior because it'll
Okay.
sit
That's
right
got-
on top of it and look nice.
Yes. The PC Junior that LGR rescued from that Magic Computers or whatever in Texas had the sidecar attached to it.
Yeah,
Like
I
that.
like that case.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Which one? Back up. You want me back up on one?
I like that case.
This one?
That's probably one of the new ones, isn't it?
Yep,
One's-
it
it's good.
is.
Yeah. And there's original 64C to the right.
Well, what? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are going to be 450 when they come out.
All right.
Way more.
I went through this room in record speed.
So that's
All right,
room Charlie.
Okay,
then.
that's the 12.
Time to move on to room Delta.
Oh, come on, Grant. You got to go try one of Jim Brain's daughter's brownies.
Oh, I already had a couple today. All right, now we're going on to the next room.
Boy, look at those old compacts down there on the floor.
Yep, some HPs also.
By the way, this big crowd up here is for all the freebies up here. Everybody's going through all the free stuff. The free table. Anybody need a monitor? If I can pick up a monitor, it's free.
Yeah, keep it down your case. It's only slightly damaged.
Somebody's got a Gleam Beck book. Anybody want that?
The Overton window.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Overton window.
I think that book will probably be there for the next show.
Okay, this is now Zone D. This will be workstation, microcomputers, telephones, and other miscellaneous items.
And ladies in blue tops and jeans.
But only at the door.
This is a Sun microsystem here.
Nice.
Graphic windows.
Oh yeah, I remember when that was stated.
Yeah, Scott Grippentrog of STG Net on the Coco used to have one of those he used to bring to Coco Fest.
I got a
Video card, too.
monitors.
ATI.
Oh, the all-in-wonders. That was the ones with the TV out and stuff too, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I think so.
Capture.
Dinner. S-video.
I had the one that would let you display VGA modes on an EGA monitor. It would use interlacing.
Coco Man has joined us. Are you out there?
Is he following me around?
No, I'm at my table. I just wanted to join in on the fun remotely.
Well,
I have no clue what this is. So.
I could follow you around. That might be fun.
You're a hero.
ooh.
It's a big IBM.
Oh, that's the IBM from last night, yeah.
East 4000.
I wonder if all these computers put off a lot of heat.
They got the AC turned on full blast in here right now. It's an
yeah.
Indy.
Oh, Indie. That's a Silicon Graphics. That's GI.
Yep.
I always
That was the
consider that kind
Indigo
of
or
on
something
par.
too, isn't it?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I kind of consider that on par with the Suns.
Here we go. There's the Atari communicator in a box.
Next to it, an X cube.
And what's
Oh.
the
Yep.
what's the
There's
communicator
your
do?
cube. It's, I think it's a modem.
Just a modem? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a set of the modem and the RS-232
Oh, you-
interface and the software.
Oh.
Yeah, there's the old 68030 Next Cube.
All right, Coco Man's following me around now.
Hey,
And
I
there's
have
a deck rainbow.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
All right.
That was
Does-
a nice system.
Has Coco Man announced the
Hey, it's you.
officially the name of his new product? Jason?
I don't think I announced it on here, but it's the Kookaburra cable. It's the 3-foot RGB extension for the Coco 3.
Kookaburra?
Crikey.
Kookaburra, like the bird.
All right, your audio is breaking up a little bit, but a new Australian named product from CocoMan.biz.
Absolutely, yes.
These look like PDP or MSIA clones.
Retro Elf. I don't know what all this stuff is. Yeah.
1802 RCA.
What's Retro
What's
Elf?
that computer in the back?
Oh, is that an Apple One? What is that?
Could be an Apple One clone, but no, it's not the right word.
No, it's too big for an Apple One.
Yeah.
It is a OSI Superboard 2.
Yep.
Revision
Oh, an
B.
OSI,
Oh,
okay.
OSI, right. Ohio Scientific, right? Industries?
Yeah.
Yeah, Superboard runs CPM.
Does it? Okay. One of them ran something that one too. So.
Superboard was 6502.
Well, there was one that they used in CPM systems, I thought. The Superboard 2, maybe.
I just remember the Aardvark software that wrote some of the adventure games stuff for the Coco also sold OSI software versions of some of those games too.
It's a homemade TPL CPU.
Ooh. What's that, a Raspberry Pi?
And it looks like a Radio Shack tape cassette player.
Elf 2K.
Yep, so that'd be a 1802 probably.
So what are these ELF computers? I mean, what, I don't...
The Cosmic Elf, they run a RCA 1802 processor. They're another little system.
These have little ads in all the radio electronics magazines and popular electronics.
They aren't new though. They are old computers.
Oh yeah, they're very retro.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a Super Elf. Yeah, RCA hasn't made CPUs in 40 years.
They're probably mid 1970s.
Yep. But they were an experimenter kit you could get and build your own computer. There's the Cosmic Elf. Yeah,
I have a few 1802s processors. No systems, but I have a few of the processors.
Space Wars.
Popular Electronics, 76.
You can also play Space War at the Computer Museum in San Jose, where VCF West was.
Which version though? Because it's like the arcade one from 1977. There's the original PDP-8 one from '62.
With the fat chip and the thin chip.
Ooh, what's that?
Got an 8.
More
Cosmic Elf.
Yep, Cosmic Elf.
A portable elf.
It's like a trainer or developer kit.
The 1802. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Thank you.
These are
Terminals?
Yes.
Oh yeah, the Z80, I think.
Those are S50 bus or something, weren't they?
I
remember now.
think that S100 too. I mean, they had some Z80 trainers. You should buy his kits and put together for the experience.
You don't see a gimmicks anymore, do you?
No, and they were based out of nearby in Chicago too, so we'd hope a few be kicking around.
Retro Elf still.
Gimmicks was S100, wasn't it?
All right.
Can't remember.
Big Daddy over here.
Oh, well, you could pack your Coco into that case. You want it?
And then some.
Wingman. Don't just... All right.
You got Televideo.
What's the brand on that? Oh, Televideo Systems.
Yeah.
But it's actually a computer's got floppies rather than just a terminal. Televideo mainly made terminals like the 950 and 955.
It's interesting how the styling on that Televideo looks a lot like the Model 1.
Yeah, there was that other computer that looked like the Model 3-4.
Yeah, streaming it.
Oh, Intellivision, not a Tandyvision.
Smart gun? Huh? Yeah.
It's got the.
That's
right,
the what's that? The Coleco add-on?
No, and but it's the television console goes in the keyboard and the things you can add basic. I think or add basic in the keyboard.
Oh yeah.
Holly 88. There's some good computer history.
This is next. What is this?
IBM keyboard.
It doesn't say, unfortunately.
What's the screen look like? Graphics. Anybody recognize the graphic OS?
It looks like Windows.
Windows.
Yeah.
It looks like Windows 95.
95 or 98, anyway, one of the two.
Is that a Trump programmer?
Oh,
yeah, take a picture, it's fine.
By the way, that in television back there, they came up with the computer add-on.
Good. All right.
Right.
Hang on,
They
Grant.
came up with their computer add-on because of the video game crash.
I'm sorry. Do you guys want me back up or something?
Oh yeah.
No, I just wanted to hear what Steve Bjork was
Yeah.
saying about the
Yeah,
television.
Yeah, basically they added a computer add-on. The same ColecoVision did the same thing because of the video game crash in America.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody wanted game systems. Everybody wanted computers.
So it's the way they could sell their existing stock.
Exactly.
How did Nintendo turn that around?
Wait, Grant, can you touch that big tower for me? Just
No, it says,
touch it real
it says
quick.
do not touch. No, I'm not touching it.
Oh.
It says do not touch.
It was just a joke. That was a joke. Tell that guy it was a joke.
Like a Hazeltine or.
Hey,
Yeah.
Grant, are there any elevators in this building?
No. There are no elevators in this building.
That looks like a Commodore 64.
And, yeah.
No, it said Vic on it.
Is
Oh,
it
did
a
it?
Vic?
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Vic 80.
Okay.
Vic 20.
Oh, right. Color. Yeah. The color of the case. So what terminal is that?
This is the cactus system, whatever it is. No, I'm sorry. This is the cactus here. I don't know what this is.
Maybe just a dumb terminal? I feel like I saw something like this at VCF West.
Yeah, it's like a 70s style terminal. I'm trying to remember what brand it is. Although it might just be a knockoff too.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It switches.
Doesn't say.
Program in the 60.
Yeah, I saw that book at VCF West. It might be the same guy.
It could be.
Another replica case from individual computers.
Yep, that's a Franklin Ace, which was a clone of the Apple II. They got in trouble for that. They're from New Jersey, Franklin. It's a 1000 model. Used to work in a computer lab, had a bunch of them.
Yep, they're nice computers.
Yeah, they have lowercase. They're very nice.
Oh,
Yep.
look, a Newton
Oh,
tablet.
the Newton. Yeah, the Newton.
Man. Tablet.
The one for like us.
Whatever they called it, I forget what it was.
Yeah, I can't
Computer
remember.
plants here, guys.
No, go back. That was a B box.
Oh, BOS?
That OS BOS was almost considered for OS 10.
This one here?
No,
That
to
was-
the left.
Was this Philip last
Further
name?
to the left. Grant, further to the left.
I can't go over because there's a TV crew there.
Oh, all right. Right there, that computer. Those green lights are showing the processor usage.
So the
That's
guys.
probably a 603 Power PC.
So the guy that started that, what was his name? He was French and he worked for Apple.
Gasset.
Gasset, right. So John Phillip?
I don't remember.
Luis? I can't remember.
But there is a modern clone of BOS called Haiku,
Okay, now I can get closer.
which you can download and use. I want one of those, but they're just so expensive when they come up on eBay.
Yeah, think of it as a fork of the Apple Macintosh. Just like the Next kind of was.
No. Totally written from the ground up. And
I know.
they wanted to use it. For whatever reason, Apple decided on Next OS rather than BEOS to use.
So that's a
OS 10.
replacement for the Mac case in clear.
Yeah, and that's cool.
Mouse and all.
But that oh yeah, it is running a Mac inside.
Yeah, it's a Mac cases for everything. Looks like.
It looks like shades of gray, but I didn't think the Mac could do shades of gray.
Oh yeah.
Now, what I read is that Apple would often, when they were developing the systems, do some cases in clear so that they could put smoke into the case and watch the air circulation to see how the ventilation was working. But that could be a later aftermarket case. But
I know that one is. That's brand new. Yeah.
Yeah, the world's first clear case for the Apple II.
Now those artifact colors on this screen here.
Could be.
Can you? Okay.
Wait, I remember going to a Trenton Computer Festival here in New Jersey, and they had like 10 Apple IIs running a Space Invaders clone. That was like the big Apple game way back in the early 80s.
There was Apple Panic, and there was what was it?
Alien Typhoon was their Galaxian clone.
Right.
Gorgon was their Defender clone.
Yep.
Creative Computing Magazine used to sponsor a lot of the Trenton shows. But I bought a few, but I didn't really subscribe to it because it didn't have a lot of TRS-80 Model 1 or CoCo.
Oh, we've got a TI-99
coverage. With the expansion box.
Giant
Disk
expansion.
drive.
Did they have the speech system on that? Because the game they got in their Parsec had really good speech.
Could be.
I don't know what this is.
Basically, expansion chassis can have like a 232 card, and it can have the audio and a disk drive.
Yeah, but TI tried to discourage third parties from writing games.
Oh, tremendously.
You had to license something called the GROM in order to write games for it.
They totally shot themselves in the foot for that.
Yeah, the speech pack was a wart on the side of the case.
There's a gimmicks.
Yeah, there you go. And I think that's OS9 on the right monitor, isn't it?
Oh, OS9.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Hello.
Okay, bring one of those over to the Coco booth and hook it up to the Nitro Sound. They can run terminals on each other at the same time.
It's on sale. They're selling this thing for $100 if you want it.
Are you kidding?
Really?
Look
I
down
am
that
joking.
floppy
Yes, I'm
drive. That
joking.
looked like a Tandy diskette.
$100 for the whole gimmicks?
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Oh, okay.
No, not a
That's
Tandy
that is cool.
diskette. It's
Oh, it's
gray.
9.
Unfortunately, this is room Delta in there. It's 2 rooms away from the Cocos.
Hey, Ed, is that gimmicks hooked up to the Wi-Fi somehow? Because we could
Network.
get some multi-user going and actually log into it from the other Coco.
Somebody makes like Wi-Fi 232 links. You have 2 Wi-Fi modules. And
Does the gimmicks have any graphics capabilities or windowing or anything?
No, it was all terminal based.
You're not going to run out of.
Hey, we just saw Zoom. We just saw Doom over there, and Nick Marentes, are you there? Are you out there?
Yeah.
So your Doom game is very difficult. Is there any cheat codes available so I can play that again?
I can't remember. I have to look it up.
All right. I'm struggling.
These are digital something. You can't. VXT 2000.
Apparently, we suck in North America at games.
Okay, we got the telephones, and we've got the Apple IIc.
Oh, nice pink phone.
Yep.
with
The
a
Mickey Mouse phone. Oh,
floppy
those were
emulator.
I remember those.
Go ahead. You're fine. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Those
An
were
Apple
iconic
IIgs.
back in the 80s.
That's a all decked out Apple II GS here.
It is. It's actually not yellow.
That looks like a Bernoulli on the bottom.
I think it's a CD. It's got CD.
Oh, hey, look, there's
Yeah.
Stevie. Hey, Ron. You want to say hi? Yeah, look at this.
Oh, Ron Klein, Coco Pie. Hey, we've got some signage for Ron
Hey,
Klein.
Hello.
Give Ron one of the Coco Pie signs.
I'm sorry, what?
That's-
Oh, okay. It's a Death Star here, guys. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. Might be hard to see on the video. That's cool. My battery's about ready to die. Can you stream the hallway? The hallway's the only thing we got left to do. Okay. So, Stevie's going to join the call. My phone is ready to die, guys. So. Okay, I'll follow in behind you. So if they have a question, I'll relay it to you. So I'm going to finish up this room and I'll switch over to Stevie. Okay, Rob, did you get that?
We're switching over to Stevie. Roger that.
Yeah, we'll switch over to Stevie, and if you guys need to say anything, I will relay it to him because my phone's ready to die here. We got one more room to go through here. and then we'll be done.
This is really neat.
We've got Stevie Stroh. Welcome.
Many Bothans died to bring that display to the show. I guess we don't have any Star Wars fans on the call.
Grant Leedy, who has not heard of external batteries, is
Sorry.
out of power.
Well, we have been going for an hour and a half here nonstop on video, so that's pretty good.
Grant Leedy, unprepared for a conference with an external
Go ahead.
battery.
Go ahead.
Just get a really long extension cord for
All
Greg.
right.
It might get real noisy now.
There you go.
Stevie, your video is spotlighted. You're live. Let's do it live.
Oh, shit, I can't hear you guys. I think I just broke something on my selfie stick.
I said no. That was for the hard of hearing.
Our top story tonight.
Oh. And Stevie is frozen.
Yeah, Stevie is rebooting here real quick.
All right.
So this might be a good time for a commercial break.
Well, let's see let's take a look at Curtis Boyle's bedroom here real quick. All right, what do we got going on? We've got some kind of a pillow with
Is that blood on those sheets?
and
He's covering up something secret there.
can we zoom in? We've got a guitar. We've got a guitar in the background and some files. Any questions about Curtis's bedroom before we move on?
Yeah, he has no ukulele.
All right, we'll be right back after these messages.
Hello, this is Grant Leedy with CoCoTALK. Got your Coco 3 yet?
From the makers of the Switcheroo. Wallaby cable, Color Computer 3 dual RGB cable. Get yours today at cocoman.biz.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
We now return you to CoCoTALK.
If you manage to get out of this quickly, I'll come back, but if not...
We have breaking news from Curtis Boyle. Curtis has been paged. He's got the bat signal, so we'll see you a little bit later, or we'll see you next week, Curtis.
Can you stare out your window in a
depends how
brooding
things
manner? Stare out your window in a brooding manner before you.
And we do want to know. We do want to know if that's blood on the pillow behind you. Is that?
Nope, those are just floral emblems.
Okay.
I had it up there because a cat kept going up on here and just dumping stuff right on my head. So
Okay, cancel the
That'll block
police
them
call.
off.
All right, we're gonna go. We're gonna let Curtis go. Bye, Curtis. We're gonna
Bye,
cut over to
Curtis.
Stevie Stroh. OG Stevie Stroh, the original gamer.
It's the Internet's own Grant Leedy.
That's right.
Tim Franklin from Glenside.
Glenside.
John Mark Mobley from Glenside.
There we go.
Hello.
All right, so there's Jason the Coco Man Reichert. How's it going, eh?
Inventor of the kookaburra.
Yes. So here's the free pile table. Much like Nightmare Highway. If you paid for it, you paid too much, right?
So everything's 50% off for the show, right there on the free table.
Here's a simplified guide to microcomputers. I'm going to grab this one. This is the free table. And this has been simplified because microcomputers are somewhat complex. So this will help me.
I think. Do they have a simplified guide to OS 9?
Well,
Computers for Dummies.
yes. How's the sound, guys? Because there's no headphones. This is coming straight through my phone's mic. Is it loud?
Pretty good.
Yep.
Okay. A lot of ambient noise here.
Actually being canceled very well.
Here's some vintage Android tablets. Running Android 4.1.1.
Sounds very secure.
That's like my phone.
Yeah, this is the, look at this computer tower, dude. I mean, it's not backlit well, but look how tall this thing is, dude.
Wow.
This
Full
is
height.
like a tower. This is a tower on top of a tower.
Windows 95.
Tower of power.
Oh, what do we got here?
I don't know if I'll ever consider Windows vintage.
I think this is part of the board somehow. I don't know what the hell this thing is.
It's $10.
$10. $10 for Borg technology. We have some vintage phones.
Those are nice.
Those are princess phones.
Especially the red ones.
Hey, 100 hours free of CompuServe here, guys.
Oh wow! Hey, that's a value.
Quick, send that to Curtis.
These are $1. If I need a dollar phone?
Oh, I love the rotary.
Yeah, well, it looks like somebody took a few bites out of the one on the right. There.
Yeah. Here we got Jason Riker right now is calling President Trump on the hotline.
That's a princess phone.
Noin.
Those had a lit dial, if I remember right. You pick them up.
Here's a guy selling a bunch of computer stuff here. And we got some Apple IIs here for Mark D.
Is that Apple II Plus?
This is an Apple II Plus. Yes, it is.
Yep, Apple II Plus. Yep. And then beside platinum.
Is that a color screen or is it just mono white?
Mark is showing off his Apple knowledge now.
It should be color.
I can hardly hear you, Mark. I'm sorry.
It should be color. It's just white. That's the
Oh, it is
normal.
color. Oh, wow. So that's 200 with the monitor? That's a good price. That's a good price. Yeah, and here's an Apple IIe. Is this Apple IIe Platinum?
That's a platinum. Yep. With the Apple II monitor. Very common in schools, U.S., Canada.
$100 for that. Is that a good price, Mark D?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the monitor. Yeah.
Classic Mac 2.
That looks like an Apple II
Classic
GS.
Mac. Now here is a personal computer 350p100, whatever that means.
Pentium 100?
Yeah, it could be. Running Windows 95. Got a bunch of old towers down here. Various
Manufacturers, yes.
generations, yeah.
That was an old Power Mac down there.
And then just tons of other accessories and accoutrements. Here is a sealed in plastic US robotics modems. Linksys Ethernet adapter.
Okay.
Here's an Infocom interactive fiction. Sea Stalker. Sorry about that.
Which platform? PC?
I'm trying to see right now.
Probably a sticker on the box that tells you.
It's a cool package.
Infocom is known for packaging, little feely things, that send you stuff with it.
That was to get around copy protection, right? You needed extra stuff.
Includes hint book. This looks like this has never been opened. So it doesn't really say. I'm not sure if everything's here, but it's a cool package. Do you know what platform that's for? I'm having a hard time looking at the box knowing what system it's for.
There's a disc in there.
On the spine?
That is Sunbox. It is missing the disc.
Oh, it's missing the actual software, so it's everything but the. But what platform was it
I
for?
believe it was for Atari.
Oh yeah.
Let me double check that.
But basically, this is everything you can't get with getting a digital copy of it. So if somebody had the digital copy, you could have all the physical accessories. You want 10 for that?
Yep.
I'll buy that from.
Okay.
Hold this. I'm gonna purchase this. The whole info.
All right. Hold my beer.
What is it? Steve making a purchase.
Watch out, his credit card will get declined.
Zoom in on the credit
Live
card.
coverage of Stevie Stroh buying stuff. Up next. Breaking news.
How many kookaburras have you sold?
That would be nil.
Nil? Okay, we got to promote the kookaburra.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of interest in the Coco, but yeah, like because I went ahead and I put the monitor on the other side of my table next to the MC10, and I had one for
It's great packaging. Oh wow! Yeah, it's got everything.
Hey, Stevie, you just totally stepped all over Coco Man. He was trying to report to us.
Ow! Did I step all over Coco Man?
Yeah.
He's kind of quiet.
I can't hear you guys. It's loud in here. You want to trade?
Yeah, I'll trade you.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, okay. Coco Man, did you want to finish your thought, or you?
I just had the kookaburra and a wallaby case.
It's not an important phone call.
I had the monitors for the Coco 3 on opposite ends of my table.
What are we looking at here?
Okay. We'll come back to you, Jason, because Stevie's just going to talk all over you.
Wow.
Exactly.
All right. Well,
PDP-1 graphics demo.
Okay.
It's the closest thing to graphically showy that I have.
That's cool. Very cool. Very cool. Thank you for sharing. We got more ancient PC type stuff here. We got more PC expansion cards than you could shake a stick at here. All kinds of Wi-Fi adapters.
Video cards.
USB expansion ports, modems.
USB is going to catch on.
Old laptops. Toshiba laptop running XP, it looks like.
Looks like 95.
That could be Windows. That's
What
either
are
Windows
some of the
2000 or me. I can't tell.
Okay.
What are some of the prices on them? Just for kicks.
What's the price, Stevie, for the laptops?
95 machines.
He can't hear us.
No.
What's that, guys?
Price. What's the price on these?
This one's $80.
On the laptops.
The laptops.
How about the laptops?
Stop. Okay, $80 for.
ThinkPad.
Okay, this one is $80.
Toshiba? Yeah.
For the Toshiba, yeah. This one's $80. Yeah, reasonable prices. The ones in the back here, $60 for an IBM. $80 for this Windows 95 laptop, Satellite Pro.
Toshiba, yeah. Those are nice.
Toshiba. We got $40 here for this one for a compact. It's running a Celeron, that's why. It's like the MC10.
Yes, of Intel processors.
Some of those Celerons could be overclocked pretty good, though.
Got a ton of Sega Genesis and Nintendo cartridges here. These are all on special. 5 for $20, man. You can't beat that price. Showing the folks back home.
I forget what I paid for it, but I just bought a 101 Nintendo cartridge.
Oh.
Now I just got to find my Nintendo.
And you can hook up a Sega Genesis to the CM8, and it looks very, very nice.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
More PC software here. Nice random PC software. Real arcade machines.
Mario Brothers is on sale for $90.
Wow, Mario of $590. $590, not 90. If it was 90, I'd be like, Grant, can you put this in your car?
Math is hard.
That's right.
You can always tie it to the roof.
Yeah, right? Like grandma in vacation. Like so here we've got an Atari 800 C64. Nice Commodore monitor here. That looks good. Ooh, look at this terminal. This is gorgeous. Look at this.
Love the rounded corners.
Very UNIVAC. Oh, is this a terminal connected to the UNIVAC? Yeah? Is this terminal connected to the UNIVAC? Okay. Wow. Oh, we got another one down here, too. Amazing. Then we've got a ton of gender benders and converters, 9-pin to 25-pin connectors, and male to female, you name it.
Yeah, I think we're in a post-gender society.
Now ask them if they have any drive wire cables.
Drive wire, TTL, a lot of Ethernet cables. Manuals, Microsoft Level 2 Basic for the
Level
TRS.
3
Level
basic.
3.
Level 3, oh yeah.
That's actually a good program to have if you have a Model 1.
Yeah. When level 2 is just not enough. The first one goes to 3.
That's.
We got stacks of laptops there.
All right.
Or ThinkPads.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, most of those will run a DOS-based CoCo emulator. Make a nice little
Very much
portable
so.
CoCo.
Look at all these machines here to spread out here. Hey, how you doing? Hey, there's that guy. More
What's that?
cards. We got all kinds of cards here. A lot of video cards.
And RAM.
RAM, yeah, a lot of RAM. Huh? Cameras. Anybody need a webcam? We got Logitech Pro 9000 for business. Wonder if we got pro webcams if our show would be any better.
A lot of webcams didn't work with Windows 7 and up. They changed something, and I had a perfectly good webcam, but it didn't work when I went to Windows 7.
So this is a rare Motorola and IBM terminal. I don't know what that means. It says, the case says personal computer, but I don't know what's in the box. Here's a compact, very light and easy to carry portable computer here.
Transportable.
About 4 pounds.
That looks like a K-Pro there.
What's rare about this Motorola IBM thing here?
Especially the monitor.
The monitor.
From looking up the model and whatnot, there's no documentation of it anywhere.
Okay.
It is basically impossible. There is the keyboard, one post about it. But the monitor and the keyboard combined, plus it's all terminal. So this IBM is converted into a terminal.
Okay.
This uses it comes with the key for the lock and the keyboard plugs into the monitor. So then there's 2 keyboards that you use. One for the monitor, one for the computer itself.
That's weird.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. And it's in immaculate condition.
Uh-huh.
And for it to be non-existent like that, there's not
So this is a Motorola terminal and a Motorola keyboard, but it's also combined with an IBM PC. Somehow.
This is how I got them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no video.
So the computer has no video.
No video. It connects to RS-232.
Okay.
So it can display data lines and whatnot.
Ah, okay.
But there's no actual video.
There's no video on this PC. It connects to the terminal.
The power switch is the off position. Yeah, just the monitor's on right now. So what you're seeing is all the monitor. You play with the keyboard. You
Yeah.
the monitor still. Computer's off. It's not plugged in.
Okay.
But yeah, just a whole bunch of stuff.
So it's a Motorola terminal. Is what it looks like. It's a really nice keyboard. That's cool though.
And this has been upgraded.
It's been upgraded. What do you put in there?
I didn't put
Hemi?
stuff in it. The original owner put stuff in it.
Okay.
There's a RAM expansion card in there.
Oh, okay.
I think it's quite a bit of graphics card. And I think just
Oh, there's actually a
One card.
bus on the side here. Yeah, look at that.
One card went bad, so I had to take it out.
Okay.
But it was not a really precious card at all anyway.
Are you selling all these?
Almost all. Not the Osborne, just
Okay.
because that's really cool about the original there.
Yeah, yeah.
But
A
yes,
K-Pro.
I do have prices them up.
Okay, look at the K-Pro system here. This is cool. What is this one here? What I'm
This is the
looking at?
K-Pro 2X, one
Oh,
of the last
K-
ones in the line.
Oh, wow.
It's not like the K-Pro 2 in any way. The K-Pro 2X is more like the K-Pro 10 with the internals.
Okay.
2X, or like the 2 in externals. As you can see, both of them are unlike other K-Pros normally. Normal K-Pros are much bluer and lighter gray.
Okay.
These ones are a lot darker gray only. It's really nice. If you find any for sale or sold on eBay,
Okay.
2x, just because they're a lot better.
They got some really interesting looking keyboards here too.
Yeah, these are really clean.
Metal.
What's that? Yeah,
This
it's
is
all metal.
metal.
Case is metal, unlike
Yeah.
compact and Osborne.
Metal cases. Yeah, it's neat.
So it's really heavy.
And then here, this is.
Osborne 1.
This is the Osborne, first successful Lego.
Yep. Room for lots of floppies.
Yes. All the storage. A little 5-inch screen.
Yeah.
You had to have really good vision to use that thing.
Yeah, right?
Went out of, I think they went bankrupt in like 1 or 2 years because of cable.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's neat. That's very
Case
cool.
Marketing 101, not what to do.
Here's some little write-up on it here. I don't know if you guys can see that.
K-Pro ate their lunch.
Yep, I actually have an Osborne 1. Well, the problem is they pre-announced their Osborne 2 before they sold their Osborne 1s.
Now there are lots of hand sanitizer stations here. So, and free cupcakes. You guys want a cupcake?
Yeah.
Or muffin? Lemon streusel muffin.
I don't think there's enough. We got at least 9 people on the call, so.
Right,
Yeah, sit
and over
around.
here we've got Strikeys, all kinds of stuff. Mac 2s. Wow.
No, those are not Mac 2s.
Yeah, they are 2FX.
Oh, 2FX. Okay, yeah.
2VX.
Yeah, the original Mac 2s are perfectly square or rectangular. So I have some.
What's the one on the bottom?
It's
One
like a,
bottom is a compact luggable.
There you go. I had one of those.
We got some Power Macs down here, like G4s and whatnot.
Yes.
How you guys doing?
Boat anchors.
Well, they'll run Linux. You can put Linux on one of those.
Yep.
Stevie, Jim Gary is turned on by your muffins, and he hopes you can share with the group.
What's that now? What was the question?
Never mind. I was talking about the muffins again.
Zip drives.
Oh yeah, zip drives. You guys see that?
mm-hmm. It's a little
The,
mock-
I
the
love
internal
these
ones.
little CRTs. These are cool. You need them.
Security camera monitors.
Oh, look at all these IBM keyboards. Mark Oberholzer should be in heaven right now.
Nice. How much does he want for them? How
I
much?
don't know. How much do you want for the IBM keyboards?
These I'm asking 60 a piece.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple that might be missing. There's one's missing like a space bar. I'll go better on that.
Okay.
These I need 60 on.
Okay, they're about $60, Mark. Did you hear that?
Yeah, but those are not necessarily for PCs. Those look like they're for terminals. The
Okay.
ones in the one on the floor, the ones on the floor might be nice.
Hello.
We got a bunch of Mac keyboards down here.
Those are all 10 a piece.
Okay, $10 a piece for miscellaneous Mac keyboards. Looks like they're USB.
They're USB. They'll work even on a PC.
Yep. Cross compatible. Here we have the vintage Atari flashback system.
Ooh, and you got personal finance. That looks like a fun game.
Vic, what Vic is that for? Vic
Those are VIC-20 cartridges.
Vic 20 cartridges? I've never seen it. Oh yeah, here's some in the box too.
Predecessor to the C64.
Okay.
Clowns.
Are you guys need any new stock floppies?
New old stock.
Nice. Nice.
We got Commodore books here for $1 a piece. You can't go wrong with that. Commodore 128 System Guide.
I could use a couple of those.
Seriously? I'll grab them if you do.
Yeah.
How many you need?
What are the different options there? There's the introduction guide and
We got System Guide. We got an Introductory Guide.
and just those two.
Commodore 64C. All these books $1 a piece? Tell me what you need, guys.
I'd like a couple of the system guide and a couple of the introduction guide.
Okay, so I'll take. Let me cherry pick some of the cleaner copies. Okay, so here's one.
I have a couple C128s, but no manuals.
So this stack here looks pretty good. So I'll take 2 of these. 1 and 1. Okay, so I'll take 4 of these.
Thanks, Stevie.
Yeah. This is really breaking the show budget this week, guys.
Sorry.
We need to have to do a telethon later tonight to raise more money.
There's a 64C case.
I can't hear you that well, Mark. What was that?
64C case there in blue.
You selling a 64C case?
Yeah, that's he has a 64C
Oh,
there.
he's got a colored case though. Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah, they're the new cases. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's an Amiga 600, I think, to the left.
All right, so now we have a Commodore Amiga 600. Amiga A600.
Recapped.
Yep, I have one of those.
Those are nice little systems.
Nobody's seen a Vampire accelerator though.
Atari 1200 XL, extra large.
Extra.
Okay, so here's a VIC 20 with boxes, cables, and manuals for $70. That's not bad, huh?
Nice.
And there's a VIC 1541, the VIC, or is that a 1541C?
Hey, there's an Atari 400 too.
I had one of those. Those were nice. I used
Here's
to play
the Darth
Star
Vader
Raiders on
Atari
it.
2600, black one. It's a 4-switcher.
That's an Amiga 1200, I think.
That looks like the newer 1541 drive. It matches the 64C.
Here's a Commodore Amiga A1200.
Yep.
It includes box, ROMs, cables.
It's a nice system.
Yeah. Then we got a bunch of 800 XLs, 600 XLs, Atari cassette decks, Atari cartridges, Rampage. Hey.
Better turn that Commodore logo around.
Atari cartridges. I'm coming around to Matt. Hey, we're live, Matt. Can I show it? Okay. So say hi to Matt, guys.
Hey,
Matt.
All right, so Matt's got a company called
Welcome.
Dragware, and he's got a bunch of USB adapters for various connections.
Nice.
Desktop bus, Mac, Next, Sun, PS2.
Amiga.
And ways to add USB inputs to vintage systems.
Okay.
This company here, if you guys want to check them out, Dragware.com.
It's familiar.
Modern interfaces for vintage systems. And this is what they look like. They're nice little. I can hardly hear you guys. Can you speak a little louder?
I saw this yesterday or something this morning.
Yeah. Well, I was showing this off this morning too.
Yeah.
Before we were live on the show.
No, it's okay. I was trying to remember where I saw it.
Yeah. So they're nice. They're all in line. Not too bulky. Hopefully we'll get you some business.
I posted the link in the chat to Dragware and as well as Paul Fiscarelli in the.
IBM Personal Computer AT. What a nice case this is, huh? These are from Mark D. Overholzer. But this telecounting $4 comes out of his paycheck. Okay. A Canon computer.
Hey Stevie.
Yeah.
How much was the 600 XL back a ways? Did you already walk?
600 XL. I'll back up. I'll take a look at that.
Because Paul Fiscarelli is saying that's a good one to pick up.
Paul Fiscarelli. Well, if Paul says it's true, it's got to be.
That's right.
Okay, so here is a 600 XL for $60 cash, 65 credit.
Huh.
Because credit cards charge you a processing fee.
That's right. I hear they do. And what? Oh, and that's the 800 XL is a little bit more.
800 is 100 cash, 110 credit.
Yeah. Well, what do you think, Steve? Do you have any Atari stuff in your collection? Are you interested?
I have a something or another XL at home. I don't remember what it is though.
Okay.
I don't remember.
I think
if
the
got an
main
800 or
difference,
600.
the main difference, I think, is the amount of RAM.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, it looks like the difference is about $40.
I think the 600 XL is a 16K system.
Ah. So we're almost reaching the end of, this is all the outer periphery of stuff. Here's the chiptunes, dude. This guy's got lots of albums of songs he's recomposed to run on like Nintendo and Commodore sound chips. So he's got chiptunes albums. It's pretty cool.
Hmm.
And he's called Inverse Phase.
Inverse Phase. Does he have a website? Inversephase.com or something?
Hold on 1 second. I'll zoom in on his business card.
Oh, okay. Inversephase.com. Inversephase.com. Hard to type these with autocorrect. Inversephase.com. And what? Oh, specializing in beep boops, farty bass. What was that? In beep boops, farty bass.
Farty bass. You gotta love the farty bass.
Yeah.
Here we've got an NES playing Duck Hunt. Did you get, Grant? Did you get a view of Henry Reitfeld's showing off the Iron Forest on the Coco 3 with the light gun? No. Okay, yeah. At the Glenside table, Henry Reitfeld has the Iron Forest running on the Coco 3 with the light gun. Here's the Oregon Trail.
On Apple IIe Platinum.
All right, learning about dysentery.
Yes, you have died of dysentery. Here's the internet's own Grant Leedy.
Grant, has he found a charger for his phone? We don't know.
And here we have another sanitizing station.
It's very important to sanitize.
But no muffins.
No, there's no muffins at that sanitizing station. You are correct, Al. Good eye, sir. Yeah.
I thought Grant was your muffin.
Grant's my love muffin. The game show.
And it was a friendly rating.
Vintage video and pinball arcade. Air hockey. Okay, support VCF Midwest. Oh, $5. Is that here?
I don't know.
All right. We're planning on going to Galloping Ghost later. We're going to probably stream from there, too. Probably won't be during the normal CoCoTALK time, but we'll definitely stream it when we get there.
Or just record video.
Yeah.
And we can add it later.
So this is the outside of the event. It's pretty big, right?
No way.
This thing's got to be 4 times the size of Coco Fest.
That's more like 9.
9 times?
Well, we can use Kookaburra cables and make CocoFest even larger.
That's right. What? I don't even know what the Kookaburra is.
At a time.
What does the Kookaburra do?
1200 XL. Look at that.
It's a 3-foot extension.
Oh, that's right.
Kookaburras.
We'll come by Coco section again, and we'll take a look, see if the Iron Force is running in with Mr. Reitfeld.
Coco Row.
Coco Row. That's right.
The man's so nice, you say his name twice.
Yeah. So would you say we did a comparable job to what you guys did at VCF West as far as Coco coverage, as far as the table presentation?
Sure.
Not as many
no, it looks
running
good.
at once.
It looks good. Yeah. I mean, I think Mikey had a bit of more elaborate monitor kind of setup, but
Yeah.
it looks very good.
We have Tom C.
Tom C.
Tom C is right now, I think, as the stunt double for Mark D. Overholzer. He's got his.
Oh, look, we've got the that Pac-Man 3D clone running.
Yes, we do. Voice on technology, hard at work here.
Boys on technology.
Yeah, so let's go down to the Glenside table. Did you guys see Neil Blanchard?
No.
Neil, we're live. You want to say hi to your public? All right, let me get a little closer so they can hear you.
Hello, everyone out there in Coco Land.
That's Neil Blanchard.
Neil.
And here's Jim O'Keefe, legendary. Get Jim O'Keefe.
Hello, public.
Here's Neil's bolt board system. Internal Affairs.
Internal Affairs.
That's right. Here we got King's Quest 3 running on a Tandy 1000.
That's
One of your favorite DOS machines.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely. Neil Blanchard. You guys all know Neil Blanchard, right? He's an internet celebrity.
Absolutely. I think it's.
I heard there's some obscure guys out here like the 8-bit guy in LGR, but we just saw Neil Blanchard. Folks.
Yes. Can you get? Yeah. Can you get an interview with LGR or actually the 8-bit guy? You have no microphone though.
The world's largest D-cell battery.
Music man. Here's Henry Reichfeld. And where's the Iron Forest thing at, Henry?
I put it away because I was concentrating on Tandy Vision.
There we go. There's the Tandy Vision. Tandy had many things, and Vision was one of them.
No, Vision was not one of them.
Look, you stand in room D on the Vintage Computer Festival Midwest. Before you, you see some shirts. Examine shirts. Which shirts do you mean?
Oh, that's the mainframe kid, Connor.
Yeah, I can't hear you guys
Oh
right
no,
now.
never
There's an
mind.
annoying guy.
Maybe that's not it.
Comparing the 2019 VCF Midwest and ECCC logos. They are available in sizes ladies medium,
Brian Schubring, the music man.
Small, 2XL, 3XL, and 5XL.
Street Fighter.
Examine old t-shirts. You see a small
What shirt was that he was talking about?
Yeah,
I see that Midwest shirts edition 11 and 13 in various sizes.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Tony Pedraza.
Examine talk schedule.
Tony.
Hey, Tony.
He's looking good.
3 p.m. Richard Thompson will be presenting the AT&T Pixel Machine, a modern GPU from 1988. AT&T was responsible for a lot of the silicon breakthroughs that set the stage.
Oh my God, it is so damn loud in here. My ears need to breathe right now. I've been suffocated with sound in there.
So is this the biggest of the VCFs?
It's pretty big. It's the biggest one I've ever been to.
We did. Qantas is asking in the chat if we could see the 8-bit guy's Commander X16. I think we saw that last night. Oh, maybe we saw it earlier.
When the guy stops talking on that overhead, I'll go back in there. I can't hear myself think with that.
Yeah, I don't remember which. I think Grant showed us the Commander X16, but I don't recall which room it's in. Probably the Commodore room.
It's in room C in the Commodore room.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly where it is, but I'm sure I'll stumble into it once we get in there. I'm trying to walk as far away from those rooms right now because it is so deafeningly loud.
Maybe that room is for the hard of hearing.
What was that? You see what I did there?
I did.
Oh yeah. Comedy gold.
Perfect.
Now they actually have comfortable couches out here. And they
It looks like a nice venue.
Now here's another cool thing they have. If you're like a sponsor, they've got these TV screens up here, and they got these kind of PowerPoints running, showing stuff off. So here's the show floor. VCF Midwest shirts are available for $20. So yeah, so the people like I saw Retro Innovations name show up. Here you go. Speaking of which, here's Retro Innovations, right? Contemporary gear for classic systems. So they've got these two computer screens here running at all times. So if you are a sponsor, you will show up on here. I thought that was kind of cool, some like digital signage, you know?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So yeah, the loud guy is done. So I'll try going back in there. I couldn't hear anything.
Rest your displeasure.
I want to thank Grant Leedy for doing that 9-hour marathon tour. I did it for about an hour this morning, and my feet were hurting me so much I had to go sit down, man. It's just like there's a lot of walking to do in here. It doesn't seem like it, but this is a workout, man.
Is that all carpet?
It's carpeted floor, but yeah, there's just so much.
You need a walker?
Oh, I need a walker, yeah, Ron. If I can get one of those scooters, that would be great.
And one of those scooters.
Yeah, we need.
Yeah, I could loan you my scooter.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and enter the Commodore room and hope I don't burst into flames. So hold on just a second here. I'm like a whore in church right now, so. All right, we're in the Commodore room. You can see how powerful Commodore systems are. Look at this.
Wow. That's a 6502 in there, right?
Love all retro.
Jay Previn. How's it going, dude? We're live. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, we got some Sid stuff going on here, huh? All right, I see a gathering of people. This must be where he's at. All right, excuse me. There he is. Okay, this is it. Can you guys see it? And there's a lot of people here, so I don't want to. Let's go, Dave. Mind if I turn the camera on you for 1 second? Hey, here's Dave, the 8-bit guy again. He's on our show again. Hey, Dave.
Hello. Hey, David.
Dave that you were talking about this? Mind if I give him a close-up? Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. All right, here it is, guys. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Commander X16, part 2. Part 2 of the 8-bit guy's video is live on his website if you want to see how he came to develop this particular board.
Yeah, I can hardly hear you guys, but hopefully you can see it because I can't hear a thing. It's so noisy in here. Yeah, and this is what it looks like here, right?
That's right.
We've got a ready prompt. Cool stuff?
It's just basic.
Yeah, boots the basic. So did we tell you the story how we saw the 8-bit guy last night?
What is the story?
So the story was Tom and Grant were picking me up at the airport, and I'm in there in baggage claim waiting for my thing to show up, and Dave Murray just walks by, and I think Tom saw him and goes, "Hey, look, it's Dave." I go, "Hey, Dave, it's Steve from CoCoTALK." He's like, "Oh, hey," and then he's like, "How you guys getting back to the hotel?" And we're like, "Well, they're picking me up. We're not going straight to the hotel. We're going to dinner. If you want to come to dinner with us, we can give you a ride to dinner and back to the hotel, but we're not going to the hotel." So we kind of kidnapped him and took him to Fire and Wine with us. So.
Awesome. That's how you got him to come.
Well, there you go.
But he got a free ride out of the deal. So.
He remembered you and he still went. That's
What's
amazing.
that?
He remembered you and he still went.
There's the guy. Is Mark Overholzer on?
Mark Overholzer's on. Okay, Jim Brain wants you to see something, Mark Overholzer.
Okay, Mr. Brain.
This must be important because he pulled me out of a crowded room.
Ooh, just for you, Marco.
I feel special.
You are special.
What are we looking at here? This Apple One?
Mark needs no. It's
Apple 2 Plus. DTAC Grande. Oh, is this the Libre?
Oh, the DTAC.
68,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a specialty board.
For the Apple 2 or 2 Plus.
Apple 2 Plus.
So Mark needs to he needs to get a rough idea of what this thing works.
Oh, Mark, can you do some research to see what this is worth?
Wow. I've heard about them, and they came up recently on something, but
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and again, I can hardly hear you. So. This is Liam who's got, hey Liam, we're live on the air. Is there, do you have a phone number or a website here that we can show them a picture of?
68,000. This is a new 68,000 card?
No, it's old. 1980s.
Okay. So does he have? Is he a? Okay. I can put his website in the chat if.
Yeah,
he
this
has one.
this come up recently because somebody.
I'm gonna take a picture of this right now. Just hold it up and we'll get.
Okay. This is.
Okay, you gonna let me keep this?
Oh boy.
Okay.
Atari collector. Why?
Here, let me do this. I'm gonna give you my card too. Is that you? Hold it up for 1 second so we can get a good video on this too. Oh, you're gonna do that. All right. All right. We're gonna get the guy's phone number. He's gonna give me this. All right.
Okay.
All right. And if you can help him out, figure out how to sell this, Mark. We got an Apple guy on the call, so not just any Apple guy. He's the Apple guy. All right. Cool.
Not that special.
Well, we don't want to make this live. We're live on there. You don't want the world seeing your phone number, right? Right. Okay. All right. Cool.
Is that an orange?
An orange instead of an apple?
Yes.
Yeah, we put a 68K in there. Thanks, Lamb. We'll try to help you out, okay?
So it's
There
apples
actually-
and oranges.
There actually was a Taiwanese clone called the Orange.
Oh, was it really?
Yep. There were apricots, and there were all sorts of clones with different fruit names.
Any dingleberries?
Retro Innovations booth.
No dingleberries.
Did you guys see that Jim Brain brought a giant console TV?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sweet.
Insane, right? You know what we used to do back in the old days? This was the household television, and when this thing went bad, you bought a 19-inch and put it on top of this.
Yeah.
Where's the rabbit ears?
The only bad thing is it's got a Commodore plugged into it. Jim's got his Vectrex here running. And Harry's got a nice little projector running a slideshow up here. It's a class act, that Jim Brain.
Boy, he pulls out all the stops when he goes to, brings his Commodore stuff out.
Lots of products here from Retro Deviations, too.
Yeah, but no SDC extenders.
That's a retro constipation.
Yes. So, good stuff, huh?
Stevie, I know you can't hear me that well, but we are for the first time streaming also inside of Discord.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Inside of Discord.
That's right.
Cool. Is that a whole separate process? That doesn't tie into Restream, right?
It is sharing the entire OBS screen, so you do see some of the the side window stuff, but other than that, it's in there.
Will that be replayable too, or is it only visible when it's live?
It will not be replayable, as far as I know.
Okay, so if anybody wanted to jump on Discord right now, they could potentially see a version of the show.
They could, and actually, Mark B just jumped in real quick. But yeah, if they were in here, they could click in, and I could actually, they could actually talk to us. But nobody's in there right now. But I am. It is open in Discord.
Present. All free games are 50% off this week.
That's a great deal.
Plugging his brother's stuff.
David Ladd. David Ladd's feeling a little frisky right now. He's just trying to make out with Grant.
Hey, look at this.
Look at Tom C. Tom C's working.
Look at those eyes.
He's doing cheap knockoff repairs to put Lord Bieski out of business. Tom C's doing his Mark Overholzer impersonation right now.
Oh.
You guys smell any smoke over there?
I don't know. It looks like Richard Tom C to work.
Hey Stevie, can you go back to CoCoMan so we could see the Kookaburra announcement?
Can we see the Kookaburra announcement? Is what Rob Inman's asking for.
I want to see the actual thing.
Hey, Jason's got his Mark Overholzer mask on too.
All right. So now you can use your Wallaby and your Switcheroo, and then if you
your Kookaburra.
If anybody wanted to be Mark Overholzer for Halloween, apparently the masks are now available.
All right. Kookaburras are available now on CoCoMan.biz, or do we have to wait? Are they available now?
It'll be available soon on my website, but the Kookaburra is actually running the CMA.
So right now the Kookaburra is running an extension from the Switcheroo. If you follow this, guys, follow this if you can.
Yep.
See how this is going? And it's still going, and it's still going. And now it's plugged into the MC10 apparently. No, it's over here, and it's on the CMA. So we got a CMA at about 4 feet away from the Coco 3, and you would think that it would take meddling in the dark arts for this to happen, but Jason Reichert found a way to do it.
That's right.
Someone thought that Pac-Man was running on the MC10. Yeah, somebody thought Pac-Man was running on the MC10. Look at that.
And as a show special, buy a Kookaburra cable and download the Highway game for free.
That's right.
That's right. Okay, is Nick Morentes out there to give us the correct pronunciation for Kookaburra?
Hey, we're live on the air. Would you like to give a testimonial to the Switcheroo? The Switcheroo is absolutely fantastic. You heard it here, folks. If you have a Coco 3, there we go. You got a commercial, Jason.
Yeah, put that in the next draft.
All right.
If you have a Coco 3, you need a Switcheroo. You heard it from this guy here, Nathan B. All right. Awesome. Thanks, Nathan. Thank you. CoCoTALK? Yeah, we're CoCoTALK. Have you heard of us? Do you know that we are the world's leading live Color Computer Talk Show? I do know that. We are. I was telling somebody earlier, I go, hey, we are the world's leading. It goes, are there more than one? I'm like, we are the world's leading.
We've got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was one of these
Hey.
actually. I started playing with
The most watched live podcast in Uruguay.
That's right.
I'm gonna step outside where I can hear you guys. I can't hear anything in here.
All right.
Definitely.
Hey, Stevie. So we got the announcement on the kookaburra.
Yeah.
And someday you'll be able to pronounce that word. And we want to go over to see if there's a new product announcement from Boys on Tech. I heard he was gonna.
Okay, let me go talk to him. He's a little ornery, that guy.
I've heard.
What else practice, but we'll try. Okay. They're wanting to know if there's a product announcement from Boyson Technologies. Richard, Rob Inman is asking, is there a product announcement from Boyson Technologies?
New product.
Dun, 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 dun.
Here is one of the small things here. This is kind of the prototype. This is the real-time clock.
It's a real-time clock. All right.
That's a real-time clock, guys.
Yeah.
Will that be in a cartridge or what's the deal?
This is a proof of concept.
Does it fit under our ROM?
Does it fit under what?
Yeah, this plugs into
Our ROM.
any,
Oh, ROM.
He's explaining.
On a cartridge.
Is this audio?
Okay.
And you can put your ROM on top of this, and it'll
Like basic ROM or anything else?
Yeah, whatever ROM you have. Let's say that you have an RS-232, and there's that ROM in there. You can put this in there, and then the ROM on top, and you have your real-time clock.
Okay, but you can't mount that inside the case anywhere, or in the there's nowhere to put that in the put the Coco.
Mounted in the case anywhere. It goes in on.
It's a very, very tight fit, but I'm having a different ROM chip that I'm going to be putting out that will fit in there.
Okay.
But I haven't that part yet.
Can you put it in a sacrificed game card?
Yeah,
I'm going to go in a sacrifice game cartridge.
Yes.
yes. All right. Well, it would be cool to have it inside the case somewhere to save a multi-pack slot.
Okay.
But,
And let me pull out the other one. So.
He's going to pull something out now,
excuse
guys.
Richard.
Right.
Back up.
He's gonna whip something out.
Yeah, get the magnifying glass out.
How's my hair look, guys? Is it okay?
Oh, you look stunning.
What hair?
Now, there you go.
He's too sexy for this shot.
Come here, me and Grant gonna make out. Come here.
Kiss cam.
Hold on. Are you ready to reveal? Yes. Okay, hold on. We got a reveal here. It's not me and Grant. Hold on. Grant's gonna have his coming out party later.
I am pulling for you too.
Gender reveal.
Okay.
This is your normal keyboard.
That's a normal keyboard. You hear
Your
that?
normal Coco 3 keyboard with the Mylar on here.
Yes.
The metal backing. A lot of times these Mylars malfunction. There's thousands of boards that are like this. Keyboards. This is a Phoenix keyboard. As you can see, they look identically the same, except it has Spectra strip. We call it right there. And it's replacement.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Mmm.
So it doesn't use actual switches in here. It actually uses these like pressure dome type switches. And all you do is you replace this with that. You can see the difference.
Yeah.
And it took a lot to get this to work, but this actually does work. I've been testing it for about 6 months.
Okay.
But
what's the price point?
The price point is going to be $35 to $40.
35 for now. Let me feel the keys.
Yes.
Oh, they're soft.
Yeah.
It's soft. So you still have to use your same keycaps, right?
Yes.
But it's very soft. It's not hard. It's not clickety.
Yeah.
It's very glide. It's kind of like running your fingers through the hair of Grant Leedy.
Is it?
Ask him if he wants me to test it for him.
Good. Ron Delvo wants to know if he can test it for you. It's already been tested. Or you can, if you want to see if it's breakable, give it to David Lapp.
Yeah.
So you pull the back off your old keyboard and replace it with.
Like click to it, but it basically has the same touch as a regular keyboard.
Yeah, it feels nice.
Yeah.
When can we get it?
Can you guys hear him? Because I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right.
Next year they can get it.
So if you've got a Coco 3 keyboard where the Mylar's bad or whatever's bad, this is replacing the innards, but you still have to use your same physical keycaps.
Or the deluxe keyboard, which is the same as the Coco 3.
Right.
Or a deluxe. Okay.
And
now
soon I will also have a Coco 2 one that's like this, what they call the traveler type key.
Okay.
The raised keys. I will also have a version of that as well.
You heard that here first, folks.
We love you, Richard. Thank you.
What was that, Ron Delvo?
I said we love him. He's great.
Ron
for doing
Delvo says
this.
he loves you. You are great.
Even if you do drive a Ford.
He says even if you do drive a Ford, he still loves you. All right. And you guys saw this famous celebrity Neil Blanchard already, right? Celebrity sightings?
Yeah, what's he showing
Yes.
off? I know he had the BBS and the.
Yeah, he's got his BBS. We got Frogger running. We've got a, this is hardware scrolling here on a TRS-80 video display. See that?
Wow. Look at that.
Tap one of those knobs down there will probably stop.
Yeah. Eat your heart out, gimme. All right, so that was Richard Lorbieski from Boyson Technologies. I believe the announcement was a real-time clock and a new keyboard thingamajiggy.
Mylar replacement.
Mylar, drive wire, ESP.
You know, we should have asked him if he can change, actually put different
What's that?
keycaps. I wonder if we could put different keycaps on the, you know, since we have to.
I can go back and ask him if you like, Ron.
Yeah.
Well, his part's just the back of the keyboard, right? He's not giving you keycaps.
Right,
Yeah,
you got to use
you
your
just-
old ones, but like, I wonder if there's old ones off of another keyboard you can use with it, and have different colors.
That sounds very similar to an Ed Snyder product.
Yeah, but much cheaper, right?
Well, I'll ask him. So you're asking, are there
Right.
different keys that can go on that keyboard
Yeah.
thingy?
Does it have to be the original keyboard, or can we get
Yeah.
other keycaps for it?
That just replaces the back of the standard keyboard. As far as I know.
Hey, Richard. Ron Delvo's asking, could we put, if somebody wanted to put different keycaps on, could they? No.
No. Okay.
Okay.
This is just an alternative as a keyboard replacement. But you have Ed Snyder.
Yeah. He's saying he's trying to offer an alternative to the keyboard replacement.
Okay, good.
Mark Marlette at Cloud9 was working on something similar, but other than showing a prototype a couple years ago, we haven't seen a product.
Right, and I believe that was going to be using mechanical switches, and he's using something different, which greatly reduces the cost.
Yep.
Now, and there's nothing wrong with mechanical switches, and a lot of people prefer them, but that does add to the cost of the product.
That looks like, no, yeah, that's David in front of you, no?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it is. Yes.
We're looking for LGR though.
I don't know what he looks like.
Well, that's going to be hard for you to find him.
Hey, that guy's wearing a Radio Shack shirt behind you.
Who was wearing a red shirt?
ALGR and see who turns around.
If you're ever wondering if the 8-bit guy is here, you can just look at his shirt. So.
Oh, I've heard of him.
Oh, you could ask David Murray where the LGR is. Oh well.
That would require me caring and wanting to move again.
I know.
And neither one of those really apply to me right now. So you guys might want to just go on with the rest of the show now. Have we shown you enough VCF Midwest at this point?
Did we get our full price?
Have we beat this to death?
And I guess it gets you can speed up and slow down. And...
Wow. Hey, Tim Franklin's already home watching the show. Tim.
I don't even know what LGR stands for, so there you go.
Lazy game reviewer.
It's no fun without the
Lazy
elevator
game
ride.
reviews. He's got a beard,
Got a good channel. I like it.
a light beard.
Okay. I'm gonna sit down, guys. I've earned it.
Rest those dogs.
Yeah, listening to you guys is exhausting.
They're barking. You guys say that when you're old. Oh, these dogs are barking.
My dogs are barking. All right, well, we can take a commercial break, Stevie, and come back and do news. I got the Curtis's news set up, and I'll be your. I'll do my best Curtis impression. Sorry.
Wow, it's like you're in Canada.
It's like I'm right in Canada. I'm right from Canada. Okay, so if you're okay with that, Stevie, we will cut to probably a Boomerang commercial here, and we'll be right back with the news.
Yeah, let me just close on this. I'd like to say live from VCF Midwest. This is Stevie Stroh reporting for CoCoTALK.
Back to you, Rob.
Back to you, Rob Inman, in the studio.
Wow, this is professional.
All right.
Hi, I'm Bruce Moore, and this is Jacob Moore. Gotcha. And we are the Forest of Doom guys, and the Cocoa Forever guys, and we're at Cocoa Fest, and we love Stevie Stroh.
Imagine a different world. A world where Tandy Corporation has the upper hand. Where the cocoa surpassed all competitors. And all you have to do is travel back in time without making a single mistake.
Cocoa forever.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
You definitely earned this office.
Yes, you're too kind, and thank you.
You want to grab some food before we head back and look at that Alt Reality OS9 module?
It's only been 40 years past due, but yeah, sure.
How does it feel? I'm still believing.
All right, well, I cut back a little bit earlier, right before the Radio Shack America's Technology Store part of it. I thought it was over. All right, well, we're back. And let's see, we're waiting on Mark. You coming back, Mark?
I forget, was there a dragon there?
Lord Dragon?
No, a dragon to see at the show.
Yeah, Stevie, I don't know if you can hear us, but was there any Dragon 32s?
Can you hear me?
I can.
David Long brought both of his dragons.
Other than the ones that were on Cocoa Corner that I think David Ladd brought, I didn't see any other dragons. I did see some Cocoa 2s for sale and an MC10 and a Cocoa 3. I actually saw an MC10 and a Cocoa 3 in the Commodore section.
Yeah.
All right, and for the MC10, were they offering to pay you to take it?
No, they were asking me if there was any software available for it. I told them of an obscure guy named Jim Gary.
That's
And about 300 things you can download.
Software coming forward like crazy.
Okay, well, I think we're going to try to get through news. I'm going to need some participation from the panel, so I'm not just droning on about this. So I hope you guys are able to help out and add your thoughts.
Does snoring count?
Yeah, I guess so. We'll take help from Canadians.
Oh.
All right, so welcome to news. So I'm going to get set up here. I've got Curtis's notes, and let's move. Okay, and I will be able to share my full screen, and then you'll see a little bit of behind the scenes on my monitor, but then we'll go full screen to the videos. So here we go. So I'll tell you what the first one's going to be. Well, you can see my screen here. Okay, so we've got Jim Gary's done an update to his bomb squad, and you can now, or you must now, disarm 3 buildings. So if you haven't seen Bomb Squad, it's part of the Jim Gary collection, MC10 collection, and we'll play a little bit of Bomb Squad right now. I don't know if there's sound, but we'll just let it run. All right, you're a member of a disposal squad. You must find the bombs hidden in the corridors of 3 buildings. Not 1, not 2 buildings, but 3 buildings. And I think we're not going to... I think that's it? No? All right, here we go.
Purple.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Stunning low-resolution visuals.
You got time limit there, man.
Real-time clock.
Got to hustle.
That's right.
Written in BASIC and BASIC.
And BASIC. 100% BASIC and BASIC.
Pretty good.
Yeah, you better take a photo with your iPhone of that maze, so you can look at something while you're running around here.
Does go pretty fast, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I gotta say, the speed on that's really impressive.
Blinding fast.
It is.
Oh, it is good for yeah.
Now, is this using the high speed poke? That's a joke. That's a little bit MC10 humor. All right. I think Jim Gary is going to fail at his own game here. Oh, it is actually 100% BASIC and machine language. According to Jim Gary, it uses Greg Dion's machine language line draw routine.
Okay, that was pretty fast.
And Ben Drake says, I need to add this to my list of games to play in VR. So
where can Jim's games be gotten from?
Gary, where can your games be gotten? Says Nick Marotta from Canada, where they don't have proper grammar.
I believe that was proper. Don't make me pull out a dictionary.
Well, we'll post. I believe I know where to get where Jim Gary's website is, so we'll post it in the chat here in a second. But speaking of Jim Gary, we have another Jim Gary game called Lunar Lander, and this, I believe, is a new release published on September 8th, only but a few days ago, and we'll get this going here. Jim Gary's saying is SG6 is the low-res graphics mode being used on the bomb game. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Mark. Mark has posted Jim Gary's website in the chat. All right, so here's all the instructions. I think we're moving along here. Okay. Oh, well, you've got your fuel and things are happening here. And apparently you crashed. All right, where is this music coming from? Who's playing music?
What are you listening to, Rob?
I don't know. I've got something. Hold on. Here we go. All right. Oh, YouTube started auto playing on the other screen, so I've got to remember to close the. I've got to close these windows after we're
The
done.
MC10 has incredible sound.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on. Now that I'm aware that YouTube's going to do that, we've got Quiz Night Game from Jim Gary. The hits don't stop a comin'. Okay, Quiz Night. Press any key to begin. Okay, no, there's no choice for doorstop on that question. Okay, this game is going very fast.
There was a doorstop option.
The phallus. Okay, so if you wanted to know more about the MC10 and test your MC10 knowledge, I think I know of somebody who just recently acquired an MC10 who's up in Canada who might want to take this quiz.
Oh yes, yes I will.
Yes.
I don't believe in using it unless I'm fully
That's right.
familiar with like driving.
All right. Well,
Like
if
a
you want to
driving
know
test.
more, see, this is what I have to stop. It's got it's auto playing. Okay, so we stop that from happening. All right. So Jim Gary, his games are posted in the chat. Now I'm gonna need some. Does anyone here know OS9 other than me?
Minimally.
All right.
Minimal.
Let's come back to that one. Because I'm just talking to myself. So we'll see if Curtis joins and we'll save that for the end if he comes
be
back.
better.
So I have somebody to talk to about OS9. I get a little bit lonely. Okay, so Ben.
Nick Marentes knows about it, but he's not here.
Yeah, Nick
Yeah.
Montes knows a little bit about that. Okay, so again, I know the screen is a little cluttered. I'll make it as easy to read in a second. Ben Jimenez has been designing more graphics for his graphical adventure game in BASIC. Let's take a look, shall we? All right, let's see
No
if
need
I
for
can.
color, huh?
That's about as big as I can make it. Okay, then I don't think it's gonna get any bigger. So anyway, it is what it is. I don't know how to zoom in any farther. If I had had some more time, I would have extracted the images. But you can kind of get a sense of what's happening here. Anyway, just an update from Ben Jimenez, and you can see he's got his tiles and sprites, and again, it's just too small. So we'll see if we can figure out a better way to look at it. But if you want to see it, I will post the link to the Ben Jimenez in the chat and some of the other Facebook stuff if it's too small. So we will exit out of it.
What's this game called?
I don't know if it has a name. It is it's just called a graphical adventure game in BASIC.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, and looks like we have a Paul Thayer. Paul Thayer has a video demonstrating a machine language routine that lets you select a 16 color palette from all 64 possible colors displayed on the screen simultaneously using a joystick or mouse. And let's take a look. See if this will see if we can get this. There we go. Okay. All right, let's start this at the beginning. So you got, looks like you got all 64 colors here. Okay, and then you get to choose your palettes. And then I don't know what you do with that after you choose the palettes. But I guess you can put this into some kind of game. Hey Mark, can you check and see who's at the door?
Oh, I did.
Okay. Anyway, thank you, Paul Thayer, wherever you are, and would like to maybe hear from you on another show about the ways that this can be used in our various games, or the way that you're going to use this in some of your game development. But very cool tool that's available. Let's talk about Richard Kelly. Okay, let's see if we can get some of these. So Richard Kelly has an early version of a program that he's writing to help dump the extended basic ROMs. So he created this to look up the contents of extended color basic ROM. It's not a final version. So if you want more information, I'll probably just post all the links to this. I'll click on this, but it's not going to be very large. It certainly isn't very viewable. So we'll move on, and we'll post the link to Richard's Facebook post in the chat. And then our very own David Ladd was posting around those who have a Coco VGA on a Dragon, Coco 1, 2, or 2B Bravo, that he found something nifty out about installing the Coco VGA. And if you don't have access to a TV or monitor that has a VGA input on it, he said you could use this doohickey here, which is available on Amazon.com, and that will convert it to a HDMI output. So thank you for that update, David. And it looks like Stevie Stroh did actually try it out, and it worked very well. So if you need an HDMI output for your Coco VGA, it is a fairly simple and cheap device to make that happen. Moving on, Scotty Animation on YouTube has done a Coco 2 basic programming video this past week, and I guess what we're going to see here is a way to detect a key being held down in BASIC, so that you don't have to continuously be pressing down. And let's take a look. Don't know if there's sound, but we'll find out here.
All right, this
Here
is
we
a
go.
quick test of some of the keyboard stuff that I found out about, and also the thing loading. I'm still testing that stuff. So I'm going to erase this program in memory. Make sure there's nothing in memory. Okay. C load. And I'll go to Audacity on the PC. Okay, list it. Excellent. Okay, saving and loading just fine. I don't need line 20, so do that. Okay, so for good keyboard input, okay, I want to be able to press a key and continuously get a code for that key. Then when I let go of it, it should stop, giving that code. The end key command in BASIC is not sufficient. You got to keep pressing the key down. So that's not sufficient. So I looked at the memory map of the Color Computer BASIC, Extended BASIC, and I found two memory, just decimal, 265-282. So the first memory location should give the ASCII code of the key, and the second memory location, 265-282, will tell whether or not a key is pressed or not, as such. Okay, now I'm going to press the A key, and I'm just going to tap it and let go of it. Okay, so it still retains the code of the key that was pressed, but in the second column there, which is zeros down, you'll see, now I'm going to hold the key down, the A key down. You'll see that it's constantly 255. So this is the stuff I needed, all right? So this will tell me, now let go of the key. So I can use these two memory locations for complete keyboard control. Cursor keys, which the in key statement in BASIC, I don't think can do that. Up and down keys. All right, so that works, and it's great, and it's fantastic. Okay, that's one little hurdle that's been over, you know. Dude, look out! Yeah, it is fantastic.
Okay, so I guess there's a simple routine to getting a key repeat that we've heard from Scotty Animation. So thank you for that, Scotty. And before we talk about the OS9 segment, we've got an additional video from Scotty Animation again. It's a CoCo2 figuring out simple drawing program. So that's we won't play here all 8 minutes, obviously, but we'll take a look and see what it looks like from Scotty Animation.
Hello, Scotty Animation here, and today I am programming on the the Tandy Color Computer 2 64K. I'm using a cassette cable running into a Windows PC so I can save and load the programs.
All right, let me skip ahead a little bit.
Here.
So it looks like he's introducing the video and loading a program.
Down 10, 8, 9, 10.
This looks like his key repeat program
10,
again.
94. I hope I can remember that. So I'm going to erase this program, and I'm going
Curtis is back.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to skip ahead here to get to the drawing program, and then we'll go back to Curtis for the OS9 segment.
Or 87.
Yeah, just a bit of comment on this guy. He's been doing live streams apparently of these, which I found out after the fact. But he's not really ever used a CoCo before, so he's just kind of learning as he goes. But for somebody who's just learning, I mean, learning how to do a key repeat in BASIC, it's pretty advanced.
Yeah,
so impressive.
Yeah, because he's getting around shortcomings of the in key command, so that could be useful for people where.
And a different method than I'd seen used before, actually.
Yeah, well, that's exciting. I'll have to follow him.
You can probably skip ahead till the actual demo here.
Oh, okay.
The graphics going.
Let's go. Oh, here we go. Okay.
All right. So supposedly, I should be able to use the cursor keys to move the point around the screen.
If he came from the Commodore world, he's got to be in heaven.
Yeah, he did do a typing boo-boo. He used the wrong key code for one of the arrows. I can't remember which one. He can't go in that direction right now. I saw it when he was typing it in.
So what are we looking at here? Is this why is this blue?
That might just be his camera.
Oh, okay, because yeah, I don't recognize that mode.
Yeah,
line 120 should be 94, not 92. I think is where.
Yes, Scotty, get it together.
Well, actually, the code is 92, not 94.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 94.
All right. All right, let me.
Anybody who knows CoCo ASCII should know that. I know.
Okay. I think.
No, I'm just impressed that he stated in one of the videos. I can't remember this one, the first one, where he had just started using CoCo. He doesn't really know CoCo Basic all that well yet. Doesn't know the CoCo at all that well yet, and yet he's pulling off stuff like key repeat.
Now, I want
Yeah,
to
he's
make
poking around a memory
a
map,
line
he
drawing
said.
program.
Yeah,
So
if
pretty-
you're reading a
pretty
PIA for the key repeat part of it, and then he's actually using the
So,
basic keyboard rollover table, he's using the value in there to get what the key press
I'm
was.
sorry, guys. I'm not used to.
Yeah, if he gets into it more though, he might be able to get a CoCoVGA and a capture card. So,
really my first
you know, hopefully he'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to comment on his page there. I didn't get a chance to yet because I just found this one this morning actually, and actually, if I also subscribe to his page, so if he does his live stream, maybe I can pop in and give him some pointers too.
Yeah, he might not know about the CoCoVGA.
I don't think I need space.
All right, well, thank you, Scotty Animation. And we'll be hopefully hearing more from him. All right, so moving to the, let me make sure to pause this. And thank God somebody's here that I can talk to about OS 9. 'Cause the rest of the panel,
And I was just going to comment on that.
the rest of the panel was really bringing me down here with their lack of
Hey,
knowledge.
folks. It's been a little while since I've done anything with the OK.
All right, well, we don't know exactly who TJ.
No, and he's blocked out comments too, which is kind of annoying because I'd love to get to know him a little bit better. He's doing a lot of the stuff that Bill and I used to do back in the day.
Yeah, so he does a pretty good job though of introducing what he's doing and why. So I'm gonna play this and let the audio.
I will mention this one's longer. This is like a 15-minute segment, so I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I will. I have already watched it, so
okay.
I'll skip ahead. I don't think I watched all of it, but anyway, I think the beginning is probably what. Yeah, I will keep it moving though.
Hey, folks. It's been a little while since I've done anything with the computers lately, but I figured I would do something I've wanted to do for a while now, and that is a little demonstration of OS 9's multi-user and security functionality. So,
Hey, can everyone mute your? If you're not talking, can you mute your mic?
Yeah, somebody's breathing
Thank
heavily.
you.
whether or not you make use of it, there's an underlying security layer, file security layer that OS 9 has, and process security layer that you really don't interact with, and you really don't get much clue of unless you happen to run a couple of commands that hint as to its existence. When last I'm at this machine, I had used the Bitbanger serial port to connect over to the Model 4 here, just to make sure I could make the two talk. So for today, we're going to do things a little differently, and for the terminal for the Color Computer 3, I'm going to use the Apple IIe over here. I figure I'll bring that into the fun. So actually, let's get that started up now, and I'll load my terminal program up. And the Apple II is using a
This is
flop
just for
emulator,
Mark.
just like many of the other machines are, so that's why no disk sound. But either way, here comes ProTerm. So while that's starting up, I'm going to go back
Yay,
over
he
here
has
to
an
Color
Apple
Computer
IIe.
3, and we're going to set this up. So here, I'm going to do one thing that I always do just for my OCD.
Yes, even an
I
Apple
just have this
IIe
to
can
start up, but I'm not
participate
going to.
in
One
OS
thing you'll
9.
note is that I'm using OS 9 Level 2 here.
That's what I'd like to see, that
And
gimmicks
that's
machine hooked
because
up with
I
the
really want to
Coco
do
at
this
the
with
show.
period software. I could use Nitrous 9.
Yes.
It has all the stuff in it. But I
If
really
you had
wanted
two
to be
serial
able to
ports on
show
each, you
what
could
was
actually have them
possible if
logged
I
into
had a
each other
Color Computer 3 in
simultaneously.
1987 or 8, and another machine like a Model 4 or something else floating
Hey
around. What I
guys,
could do
I
with
wanted
it.
to share something that
what I'm
I
about
just
to do-
discovered the other day.
Hold on.
That is very useful for
What is going on here?
creating music to play back on the Opal 3 chip on the Mega Mini MPI. And that is that
Where is that coming from?
OpenMPT,
Welcome to
the
ADHD
Open
Theater.
Mod Plug
Where is-
player. It's a
Squirrel!
tracker
Look for a speaker
that they
icon
just
on your tab.
Not too long ago, I think it was late
Really?
last year, added support for Screen Tracker
It's
3
annoying.
files, which allows you to use up to 9
Oh, it's probably
FM
from.
voices.
Oh, it's from Facebook. That's my fault for leaving Facebook up there. Okay. Sorry about that.
Everything's autoplay these days, and it
I
sucks.
know.
Yeah.
I've got to really keep an eye on that. Okay, so let's go back to OS 9 forever without any interruptions, and I'll skip back to where we left off. All right.
Using OS 9 Level 2 here. And that's because I really want to do this with period software. I could use Nitrous 9. It has all the stuff in it. But I really wanted to be able to show what was possible if I had a Color Computer 3 in 1987 or 8 and another machine like a Model 4 or something else floating around, what I could do with it with that. For what I'm about to do, note that you'll need the OS 9 Level 2 development system from Tandy in addition to the base OS 9 package. And that's because 2 of the 3 modules I'm going to load here don't come with OS 9 level 2. I think they used to come with level 1, but they don't come with level 2.
They do come with ease of use.
On the development system diskettes, and I've copied them over to this system master diskette. So the first one that is there is X mode, and this is for setting up the serial port. And then we're going to load login. And we're going to load TSMon. So login is a login module. And it's actually called by TSMon.
We'll get into that a little bit later, Bill.
Monitors whichever port you point it to for a carriage return, and upon getting one, it loads login and presents the user with the logon prompt. One other thing I'm going to do here is I have a little procedure to build an 80-column window and set that up with white text. So while that runs, let's get the Apple II set up with baud rate. The 80-column screen on the Color Computer 3 will make it easier for me to show output from various commands. And of course, the Apple II is in 80-column mode, as you can see. I'm going to use 1200 baud. Yes, the serial port goes faster, but I'm not going to use it. And actually, that's one thing I did not mention. I never did find my Deluxe RS-232 pack that I mentioned in a previous video, so I took the opportunity to buy one of Ian Maverick's The Right Stuff made for 2019 serial cards for the Color Computer. So that's not a sponsored message or anything. I've just bought a few things from Ian.
I will pause there, but nobody knows where this Right Stuff card by Ian Mavericks is located for purchase?
Yeah, I'd like to know.
All right.
I thought he had announced this a long time ago, didn't he?
Yeah, there's been stuff on Facebook recently.
All right, we'll have to check it out on Facebook or our email, Ian Mavericks.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he chose 1200
And this
baud,
card
because
is
even Bill and I running 8 ports at once ran at 4800 at work. So
yeah, he said it's just part of a quick and dirty test, so he wasn't going to get too. He just threw it in at 1200.
Couldn't find mine.
Super serial card's
It's
good
new,
for 19.2
well priced,
easy.
and doesn't have the lottery of will it work if I buy it on eBay. So buying a appropriately priced item that will work is very nice. So you can see here I have a PID of 4. Let's just do this. Clear the screen, and we'll go over to the other window. Here we go. And now, first thing I want to do is set my baud rate to 1200 baud. And T2 is the serial port down here in the multi-pack. Has to be in slot 1, at least for this device descriptor. So we have that, and we'll just do a little test. Hello, you rummy buzzard. Man, I can't type today. I say that in every video. It's because I just can't type. Okay, and now if I go over here, we have it. Hello, you rummy buzzard. Okay, so with that in mind, let's start this TSMon on T2. Okay, and we'll give it an ampersand to send it to the background. Okay, I have a PID of 3. So let's do this. And we can see I have TSMon. Now, one thing I didn't note here, the default operating system loads up and starts shell after it finishes loading the startup file. That gives you UID 0. You're basically the equivalent of root on a Unix system. And for this purpose, I'll keep it that way. The main console gets me as the super user. So over here, now that I have TSMon running, I'll hit enter. You can hear the floppy drive seeking. And here we go, OS 9 level 2 time sharing system.
Ooh.
Level 2, blah, 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 blah. And now I'll show how all this works. I have, oops. I don't know if this thing will take backspaces in the password entry. Apparently it will.
Yes, it does.
Because here I am, process 5 logged on, and if I look at the processes, I just see mine.
Wow, an Apple.
But I have the option.
An Apple running a real
the
operating
E
system.
flag.
Apples can always be used as terminals.
User 0 processors, including shell and TSMon. So the interesting thing here is already you can see that the user number is kind of clue number 1, and it does show up in a process list. The other place that it does show up is if you use the E flag on directory to show all the extended attributes on files.
There was a 6809 card for the Apple II, but I don't know
You
if
can
anyone's
see that
making
super
them
user
anymore.
owns most of them.
That's right.
But
There
here
was.
I have Chris down here. That's
Actually, there is.
The owner
There
on
is.
the left. 1, And
The
it owns a
manual
directory
is
called
floating
Chris.
around on the internet.
That. And I, because I am Chris, I should be able to CHD to that directory. Okay, and I don't believe I have any files there. Meanwhile, while all this is happening, one thing that's nice about using the serial card and not the Bitbanger serial port is starting something like TSMon or login or anything else on the serial port that's interactive doesn't cause the machine to slow down. So here, I can run my commands quickly. And let's see how much free we have here. And then I can do an enter and see what's actually loaded on the system, which I could do on the other side too. But this is my super user side. So everything's kind of running. If I look at the serial properties for T2, I get a whole bunch of information about which character is what. So I see pause is on, echo is on, feed is on.
I have to mute that mic.
No, I was joking.
Case, etc. Not bad. So let's see now what happens.
So what have we learned so far? He's been able to send a process to the Apple, which it's reading over the terminal screen at a certain baud rate. He has changed. He has become user number 1 as opposed to the super user of 0.
Yep.
Got a file.
Yeah,
over here.
TSMon, the program he ran on T2 stands for time sharing monitor, and basically just sits there and monitors the port to see if anybody's been hitting enter at the baud rate it's set at, and then it runs the program called login, which he'll explain a little bit more in the future here. But basically, you can have multiple users because it's a multi-user operating system, and it has permissions. So, I mean, when you log in the Coco itself, when you boot it up, you're defaulted to super user, which is user 0, which means you can pretty well do anything you want. If you log in as an actual number other than 0, which he logged in his Chris account here as user 1, you're normally only allowed to access stuff that is made public or stuff that you've done yourself as user 1. You're the owner.
Mm-hmm.
So if a user 2 logs in, he can't do stuff with your files if you set them up. You can make them public if you want, but you can actually like lock kids out of getting into certain directories, or as we did at work, we kept the salespeople out of the production staff part. Mm-hmm. And things like that. So basically, that's what you do to show that there's you know, some sort of security on the system, and also some way to prevent users from damaging other people's stuff.
Absolutely. Okay.
I'm logged in as Chris. I'm going to create a file, and I'm going to make sure I'm in the directory I want. It should be a D0 Chris. And I should note for those OS9 fanatics out there, I'm just working with changing my data directory, not my execution directory.
And he needs to mod patch his drive descriptor so it runs
so I'm going to
faster.
build a file here called chris.txt. I am Chris's.
So, you know, and I think his point is that even out of the box, you can do stuff with OS 9. You don't have to.
Well, the whole multi-user part of OS 9 is built in. Like, if you wanted to do multi-user in Windows, you had to pay extra for the version that actually supported multiple users logging in simultaneously.
And we'll just add we'll let this write the line, and then I'll write so there, and then we'll there.
It's a big fan of British euphemisms.
And if I do an extended directory listing, it should show me as owning the file. This would be much faster if I had like DriveWire or something running, and maybe sometime I could redo this with DriveWire and it'd be faster. But again, there wasn't DriveWire in the 1980s, so this is what was possible if you had a.
No, he could just mod patch it for 6 milliseconds. That would help a lot.
Yeah. I don't know why why he needs DriveWire, but
yeah, because right now he's running at 30 millisecond, which is the default slag slow version of it. So all of us, even back in the 80s, I mean, the first thing you did is mod patch and cobbler the drive, and then you'd actually be running
6 millisecond.
6 millisecond, which is like literally 5 times faster seek time on your floppy drive.
And if he'd enable comments on his videos, we'd leave commenting on them.
But Rob and he found out he does have his general page for his entire YouTube does allow comments. So I think both of us have left things, but he hasn't answered any of it. So.
Drives. All right, here I am. The owner is 1. You'll notice the attributes here. WR. So these are the owner who can read and write it. There's a directory attribute on there. Actually, I'll show you these from 0. And I will show you that. I will explain the attributes.
This is
There are
going
two
through
sets
file
of
permissions
attributes.
in
Unlike a
OS9.
Nix system where you have a user, group, and other, OS9 really just has the owner and public. Public is everybody other than the owner. So here, of course, directory, that's pretty obvious. This one is blank on all these files. This can be an S, and that just means that only one file or one user can open the file at a time. The middle EWR is the writes, execute, write, and read, which for directories means the same things it does on a Nix system. But that's for public. And then the second EWR, execute, write, and read, is for the owner. So public, owner. Hopefully I said that right. So that's the case. Now down here I have Chris. So how does the system know my user ID and password information? Well, I've already mentioned that I have the login and tsmon programs there in the CMDS directory. And they'll probably be at the end of the list. Yes, they are. There's login and tsmon. And of course now, what brings this all together is in the sys directory is a password file. And by the way, if you have the OS9 Level 2 development kit, the password file does have an example there for you. So I'm just going to list this. I'm going to try and list this file from here as me. And you can probably see where this is going. Error 214. And I will type it for you so you can see, but error 214 means no permission. There we are. And if I chd sys and I dire this guy, I should be able to see the permissions of the file and see that as not the owner, combined with the permissions, I should not have access to see the file. And sure enough, here it goes. The owner is 0, that's root, or UID 0. There isn't really called root user, but you can call him that. And only that user can read and write the file password. So there we go.
All right. Well, I think we get the point of that.
Yeah, he shows you how the password file is set up just a little bit after that, and then he also logs in as a user 2, and you can see that user 1 and user 2 can't affect each other's stuff either.
Yes, and I think yeah, he's doing that here. Okay. So, do you want me to play any more, or do you think that's?
No, I don't think we need to play anymore. The one part of the password file thing in OS9 that was kind of primitive. Well, I mean, it was originally written for OS9 Level 1 in 1980, so that's probably why. But it's in plain text. So if you are a super user, you can just list it and see everybody's passwords.
Oh, okay.
So, security-wise, it's not hashed or encrypted or anything like that. It's that. Now, mind you, since you don't have permission as another user, the other users can't go in and take a look at it anyway.
The other users can't, but as a super user, you really are the super user. You can see everybody's everything.
Yeah. Or if you're on the main console, like on the CoCo's case, because the default login for the CoCo itself is always super user, you can always take a look at it there. So if somebody just hopped on your CoCo, they could get a list of all your passwords.
Right.
But it also shows like the password file, you have username, so you can specify whatever you want. You have the password itself, whatever you want. And then it's got stuff like default priority levels, because there's priority levels. You can give certain users, get more CPU time than other users, which we used to do at work too, as Bill can well attest to.
Yep.
You also have stuff like what your default directories are for each user. So each user can have their own directory with their own files that they're editing or doing anything with. They also have what is your default program you want to run when they log in. Normally it's shell, like he was showing here, so the user gets a shell. But what we did at work, because we had problems where some of the sales staff and stuff who were not computer savvy in the slightest would just go in and start typing in random commands like format or whatever, because they saw that we're there. So you didn't want them doing that kind of stuff or deleting other people's files by accident.
Like, what does that do?
So what we did is we made a kind of a fake shell. We just wrote a basic 9 program that just had its own built-in menuing system. It also had some built-in help because they needed a lot of help, just getting around a computer in general back then in the 80s. And we would just fork that basic 9 program when they logged in. So they never got to see a real shell. They got this very limited program we did specifically for whatever department they worked in. So the accounting department got access to accounting files. The salespeople got access to the sales files. And that's it. And commands related to those only. And then anybody that we really did trust, we actually gave full shell access. And Bill was mentioning before, about MTSMon, which is not a standard OS9 command, but one we wrote for work, and I think we put it on the archive, didn't we, Bill? Or I know it's on EU.
It's on the archive. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because basically, TSMon, if you wanted to run more than one serial port, you had to run TSMon /T2 as one, and /T3 as another, and /T4, etc. And it actually takes a fair bit of memory to do that. It's got to run 8K for TSMon itself, 8K for the data area, and then whatever shells it spawns are also getting its own memory. So it was taking 16K per user, and we were running 8 terminals simultaneously. So that takes a pretty good chunk of memory. And what Bill did is he came up with this ingenious idea of having one multi-time sharing monitor. So basically, you give it is it a config file, Bill? I think we give.
Yeah, there's a small config file that has each terminal descriptor in it.
Yeah. So basically, you run this one program once, and it pulls from this text file you create. How many serial ports am I running? What are they called? And it would actually then monitor them all simultaneously for the login thing, and then it would fork off the shell or whatever program you wanted to run. But that TSMon didn't have to run for every single port separately. You had one program that took 8K, and it could do 8 ports at the same time and just still only take 8K.
And that was a custom module from Bill?
That was a custom module we did for work, and we've since released, and it's on ease of use, and it's on the archive. So anybody wants to run a full multi-user, like multi-serial ports, and some of the things now, like the Mega Mini multi-pack, actually have multiple serial ports built onto it. So you can actually do this right now with the new hardware. Then you can actually set up a full multi-user system without blowing all your memory, just trying to monitor all the serial ports.
Okay, and since we're on the subject of ease of use, anything you wanted to say about that? I heard you talking yesterday about Christmas still being a goal for ease of use beta 5.
Yeah, ease of use beta 5. We'll see how far we can get. My goal is to get as much crammed in there as I can. My work schedule is still busy until the end of the month, pretty well. You guys, you and Nick have both been contributing icons, and the main thing that I want to add on ease of use is having G Shell able to launch VDG-based programs natively without having to do these little custom patch programs and launch programs and stuff. It'll just do it. And Bill and I had started fiddling with that before my work got too busy for me to finish it, and found out that the legal way to do that with normal Nitrous 9, you can map in a window descriptor to change it from a regular window to a VDG window. And then I was going to use that, change it to a VDG, and then launch the program from there. But I discovered, since those are in your OS9 boot file, when you try to link it into G Shell's memory, it actually would load your entire OS9 boot file into G Shell's memory, which means you immediately ran out of memory, and then you wouldn't be able to run anything. So Bill and I came up with a new system call we're adding, which will be released as part of the ease of use beta 5. And Bill's actually already done the initial version of the patch to add this system call, which I haven't had a chance to test yet. But basically it means it won't try to load the entire darn thing in. It'll allow you to patch it outside of your process space. And using that, we should be able to launch without wasting any memory at all, so we won't have any memory limitations. And you should be able to start launching VDG games or old level 1 programs or whatever you want right from G Shell.
Okay,
so
and that will open up, of course, most of the major
Most of the
commercial
games.
releases.
Yeah, because most of the commercial games, everybody used the VDG driver because I don't know why Tandy did this, or Tandy Microware. The Coco 3 had the new Graph Drive, Co-Win, Co-Graph, or was originally called GraphInt and WindInt, which was all the high-level Coco 3 modes, the windowing system, all the display commands you've seen us use before for drawing circles and arcs and boxes and everything else, overlay windows, all that kind of thing. They put all that into that section, but to do direct screen writes, which you need to write for arcade games, if you want to map a screen right into your process space and then start writing to it in machine language really quick, they put all that into the old 32-column driver for some stupid reason. They made them mutually exclusive. If you want to do really fast screen writes in Coco 3 modes, you have to use the old Coco 1 style driver. If you want to use windowing and stuff like that, you have to use the new one, but then you can't directly access the screen, so you have to go through the entire OS slowdown system, which, I mean, mind you, we sped that up a lot, but it doesn't beat writing ML where you're directly writing the screen. So all the old arcade games that Radio Shack brought out all use the VDG mode, and they had to run from that 32-column window to access those modes with direct screen writes. So like it said, that was a dumb idea. They should have put that into the new driver, because then you could actually combine it. You could draw your initial graphics for drawing your sprites using standard display commands, and then write direct screen write access. And we've actually added some system calls to enable that, but not a lot of people use those. And none of the old games, of course, knew this existed, so they don't use it at all. So that's why a lot of them use the old 32-column screen, like the Rescue on Fractalus, Cronus Rift, Microscopic Mission, Sub Battle Simulator, Flight Sim 2, et cetera, et cetera. All the Sierra games, they all use that technique. So
I don't have the sound effect queued up for why did Tandy do that, but
yeah, and I'm not sure if that was a Tandy decision or a Microwave decision, because they were kind of working together on the Coco 3 stuff. So I'm not sure where the bad idea for that came from. The only thing I can think of is that the graphics system for the Coco 3, the GraphInt, WindInt, GraphDrift combo does take more memory, because GraphDrift takes at least 8K itself. Actually, it takes a bit more than that, but the driver itself takes 8K. And then the GraphInt and WindInt, now CoGraph and CoWind, takes 3 and 8 or 9K, I think, or something along that line. And the VDG one only takes 3K combined. So maybe that was also to give more free memory for these programs to run with.
And so they could release stuff for 128K.
128K, yeah. That's the only reason that makes some sense to me. But I would have made it so that you could do it either way. Maybe you have a call that says, I want to use the main graphic system to do direct screen writes, or I want to use the memory starved version, and let the program decide which way to go, so you could actually use both ways. Because right now, if you do this using CoVDG, let's say you want to just do a pop-up overlay window, like say some of the Sierra games do when you're doing your inventory and stuff, they have to do that all manually and write a program that actually does all that stuff. Whereas on level 2 with the windowing system, you should be able to just send display codes and pop up an overlay this color and put some text on. And that's not the way it currently works.
Oh, okay. So if you want to use the windowing system and you're running out of a VDG, you're going to have a game engine like the Sierra game engine.
Yeah, you have to write all those routines yourself. The only things you've got that are Coco 3 specific is setting the mode and setting the palettes. And that's pretty well it. Everything else is drawn by hand or by your program. Go ahead, Bill.
Oh, I was just agreeing with you, Kurt, that you're doing it all yourself.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the main purpose of the ease of use beta 5, aside from the fact we've thrown 4 or 5 more games on there already. I mean, there's a preview version of it out that a couple of you guys have, like Nick and yourself, Rob, because you guys were using the new icon editor for designing some of the icons.
That's right.
For the base stuff. So the goal is to get that G shell part working, and then that'll enable probably a couple dozen games that aren't enabled right now. Some of them are already on there, some aren't. So that's the main goal. But there's some other patches, like I fixed the arc bug, where it's drawing certain arcs wrong. That's a bug that's been around for years, apparently. So a couple other minor speed ups, a couple bug fixes, some other programs we've added, and I'd have to take a look at my list, but there's a bunch of stuff. I've got a list of about 30 things already planned for the future. I will get as many of those as I can in before Christmas. So it's a nice, huge upgrade for everybody to get. But if not, at the very least, you guys will be able to launch all these games right from G-Shell.
Yeah, no, that'll be exciting. In terms of Super Ike, the icon editor, I did mention on a previous CoCoTALK that people could just type in Super Ike into Ease of Use Beta 5, not realizing, okay, most people don't have access to that. They could certainly ask for access to it. But
yeah, there is a version of Super Ike on the older one, but it's a little bit buggy and the scaling's wrong.
Okay, so you could...
when you get to the bottom of the screen, you'll click on a box to fill it, and it'll fill the box below it or above it. I can't remember what it is, because it was set for hard-coded for a 192-column screen, but with scaling turned on. And since Nitrous 9 defaults normally to a 200-line screen, it kind of gets screwed up and misses stuff.
Okay, so if you do have Ease of Use Beta 4, and I'll post a whole bunch of links here shortly. Hopefully we can go to John Strong here in a second. But if you have Ease of Use Beta 4, you can type in Super Ike, and if you're willing to deal with a few bugs, you can start contributing.
Yeah, or at least get familiar with the program and realize that once the full versions, Beta 5 is out, you'll get the fixed version, and also much faster.
Okay, yep. So you could go in there and just kind of play around with it, get used to the program, and then when Beta 5 comes out, you could actually create some icons.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got Grant coming in here, and I did want to mention before we go to Grant or John Strong here, that Ian Maverick will have his version of his serial cart available for purchase at Tandy Assembly. So if you are going to Tandy Assembly, or you know somebody who is, you can get them there. And I think you can also contact them on Facebook and other places.
Okay, so that is a new product then.
It sounds like it's fairly well. Paul Fiskerly says he's had them out for a while now. I don't know how long that is.
Oh,
There was an announcement in March. He was showing the boards and stuff, so they've been out probably since at least CoCoFest.
Okay. So we'll get the word out for Ian, and we have additional cereal options, and I don't think we've been too aware of that. So we'll certainly spread the news. Hey Grant, do we have time? We want to go to John Strong and kind of catch up with him. Are you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. You guys did the OS9 segment. I did a power nap.
Well, I think Nick Morentes has also taken a nap during the OS9 segment, so that's.
Yeah, well, actually, in Nick's case, we might have lapsed him into a coma with all of that. So.
Well, even Nick likes making. Okay, Paul Fiskerly linked something to me in Discord around the Ian Maverick. So, and Mark's posting in the chat. So, we will loop back to that, Paul. Let me go to John because we haven't had a chance to talk to him. So, John Strong, are you out there? You are muted.
Yes, I'm not muted now, hopefully.
Yeah, and
we can hear you.
we can hear you now, and you cut off in mid sentence during your original introduction. So you were saying, why don't we start over? what have you been up to?
Instead of the power nap, while you guys were doing other things, I had honeydew listed, and I power washed half the back of the house.
God, that OS9 segment went long.
At least somebody's getting something done today.
Well, it wasn't I left on the segment on the Midwest Festival, okay? I just had to get stuff done. We've had rain here almost all week, and the list of things I needed to get done is getting bigger because I couldn't work outside to do it. So a couple things here is actually Ian Maverick. I've got my board for the 502.
Okay, so the 502, what's that? That's Ian Maverick's serial board?
No, that's his duplicate of the 502
sorry.
hard drive.
Okay, so he has a controller, a disk controller as well.
Yeah, it's basically the 502 is the small version of the Tandy disk controller. You know, the short stubby
That's
one.
right. That's right. I had the 502. Yep.
Yeah, there's actually two of those. There's the 501 and the 502. Both are the short ones. Okay, they have a little different hole spacing and stuff in the board, and so a 501 case will not fit a 502 and vice versa. And so, but the Coco SDC spacing is very similar to the 502. In fact, you can put that in a 502 case if you chose to do so. And so basically I took my Coco SDC case, and after I got the board in this week and modified it, and I've got my first fitting prototype of a case for it, little sculptured sides and stuff. I will have to sit down sometime when I can't do the work outside and populate the board and make sure I'm not hitting places underneath of it or anything like that. But hopefully I will soon have this completed. And so there will be a 502 compatible case available for people. And if I need to get the reservation made for the hotel, I'm planning to be at Tandy Assembly at least one of the days.
Okay.
But I'm not setting up a booth this year. I've had too much going on to really be prepared. I'll probably throw a few things in if somebody comes looking for me. I might have a couple items, okay, such as I may have a couple of these cases for people. But going down just to kind of network with people and see other things. But that's looking nice.
I like the fact you have the thumb grips, the finger grips there for pulling them out.
Yes, and this is actually I'm working on a deluxe Coco STC case, and there's a couple other fixtures I'm planning to possibly add that's not in this yet. It's basically the same shape. It's a tiny bit smaller, okay, because the Coco STC didn't have these ears on the end. If you want to call them that or whatever, it comes out a little bit farther, though the Tandy boards did. And so my board I designed for that, since I didn't have a 502 reference, didn't allow for this space. So I had to increase a little bit of space for that. And of course, do the cutout. And I've got to get my floppy controllers and stuff. So I'm just finding some stuff. I actually found my solder this week, so I could actually put this together. And from the move, the other semi-CoCo related thing is, and okay, I don't know where, I thought I had it in here, but maybe I don't. I got my resin-based printer, and printed my first print with it, and exactly my MPI switch overlay, and it did a great print. And I can do a lot more detail than the Fusion ones with the filament. And so that's going to open up some things for some things. In some cases, that's going to be a lot better to use for some small things and other things, but it opens my options up a bit.
Okay, so wait a minute. Now you got my attention here. I'm trying to post some of the links here, but you mentioned SGC Extender. That's a vaporware Jim Brain product that has not come out yet. But
I didn't mention that this time that I know of.
Oh, what do you have there? Wait, can you bring it up again? What did you just show that has the two parts to it? Oh, we lost you.
Okay, here. My video showing. Yeah, it's showing.
Oh, okay.
I can see it.
Okay, sorry. What is that again? If you could repeat. Okay, so okay. On the back, it looked like it came in two parts. So I apologize.
No, it's not. I do have a standard case that I'm waiting on, the Jim Brain stuff, so I could actually finish it. Okay.
Okay. So that you turned it around, and I immediately thought of the SGC Extender, but that is just one case. Got it.
So, this is the ancient one that I made long ago for our disco. One with First Designs, and I no longer have that printer. It quit on me, so I had to change designs. And I do have a full-size case that'll fit a hard drive Specialist controller.
Or the original Tandy ones that
Right. Yeah, and it should fit the original Tandy. I don't have one of the long original Tandys to verify that for, but it should.
Okay.
Or an RS-232 pack, I would imagine, would fit in that too, right?
Oh yeah, there's some other things you can fit into that. Yeah, and actually this one's got some markings from Mark to modify it to do like his hard drive controller, Super IDE. Some notes on it made it the best that I haven't had time to modify it for.
Okay. What about you're probably going to get to it, but what about the joystick? We have a joystick update.
I don't have any updates on the joysticks. Like I said, I'm just finally getting unpacked. I've found where those are at in the rooms. Okay. I'm still working here for work from the kitchen table yet. I've got to get my office set up, and as I set that up, things are out. The printers are in the garage. I got a workbench out there, and they're set up there, and we're slowly getting it. It's a nice house, but the person who owned it was an elderly lady that was not able to update stuff. So I got about 9 or 10 years of, maintenance to do, as well as moving in. So, I had to remove trees out of our gutters or plants, and so that's taken a lot of time away from doing anything else. And
yeah, you got to do before winter, so.
Yes, and that's why I was out. We have a downspout that was plugged up, and I was out trying to clean that out while you guys were looking at Midwest, the computer festival there. And since I had the power wash out trying to clean that out, I power wash.
Okay.
Yeah. And so yeah, we probably went to Chicago one if we hadn't had moved this year. It's just we've had some unexpected expected expenses, like home and home doesn't have that happen, right? But trying to get things back in going for that. This case is one of the things there, and the joystick stuff. Once I get that dug out, will be one of the priorities too, because I want those running and using it the way I want to do it, because I want to program my games to be able to use the actual smoothness in the fill. You know, it makes a difference, you know, on the gameplay, you know, which joystick style you program it to.
And where will you be, in general, where do you send your updates? You send them to Facebook? Or
a lot of times if I do something, I'll come on here and do an announcement.
Okay.
Okay, and that's basically it. Is I do here. You know, I may say something a little bit on Facebook or respond something like Paul Shoemaker was doing something, and you know, we talked to him a few weeks ago, and he sent me a scan, and then I just actually went ahead and ordered one of these, and it came in this week, and so I went working on trying to get my office set up, so I was having to find different things and going through the, we got the spare bedroom with just full boxes and stuff yet.
Okay.
So that's slowing things down, but been giving it some thought, and there's some things that the other printer is going to help with. Also, my nephew has graciously offered to provide a license key to Rhino, which will up the availability of what I can design. Okay, and because Rhino has a lot more capability than FreeCAD, at least easily accessible capability. Let's say.
And what? Sorry, I don't know those terms. Rhino and FreeCAD are
two different CAD type programs.
Oh, CAD.
For 3D
Okay, got
printers
it.
specifically, or
Okay.
What?
Are they for 3D printers specifically? Those programs? Or?
No, not specifically for the programs, but they both have will output STL files, which basically use them for the printers. And then you use the STL file and you load it into whatever tool you do to what they call slice it. Okay, and that slicing then creates the code. If it's the filament type printer, or what they call FDM, it produces G code. If it's like the Anycubic, the Photon S that I have, it basically generates a set of images. And the way that works, you have a light sensitive resin. And in the past, they've had to use lasers, and then they went to projection DLPs. And now they're using, which has brought the price drastically down, LCDs, and using UV light, high-powered UV LEDs behind it. And they use it as the mask to block out where they don't want UV light to go. And so you shine it for so many seconds, it makes one layer of the resin harder. And they lift the print bed up, and they do it again till they complete it. And it makes it very smooth. You have to look at it very closely to tell it's not actually been a molded part. Whereas the typical 3D printed one, well, I do get my bottoms very smooth. I don't know if in this lighting you can see there you can probably see some of the lines in the side. You can generally tell it's 3D printed immediately, just if you look at it, unless somebody's done some smoothing.
Like sands it or down or something. Yeah.
You can sand it down. If it's ABS, you can use some acetone bath or something to smooth the lines out a little bit. The other 3D printed part is not. And so the backstory to this is I've been looking at those, and I had me a short list of the ones that I wanted to buy. A few weeks ago, I was talking to my nephew, who's a jeweler in Denver area, and he told me he just got him a 3D Ritson printer. And I says, oh, really? Well, what one did you get? And well, he looked it up and found out it was one on my short list.
Oh, okay.
And I thought, okay, this will make a good thing to do. If we have the same 3D printer, we can change files. Because I've just designed some electronics for him in the past with some projects that he wanted to light up or do something, a piece of jewelry. And that would allow us to exchange files. I could print a prototype, do electronic board or whatever I need to do and do that, or just look at something he's doing. He's got some cool watch designs in the work, and I would be able to see how he's coming along with it and actually hold it in my hand and maybe give him some feedback. We'll do some brainstorm sessions between each other.
Well, it sounds like you're starting to get things together there, and that you'll be back into the swing of things here hopefully fairly soon. Like you said, you got a lot of house maintenance stuff to do.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing is the Tandy Assembly. I was hoping to be able to set up a booth and just a lot more things we had to do than there. So I'm not really set up to do that. But things are starting to get set back up. The 3D printers were up and running this week. I printed a couple cases for the MT10 MCX 128. Got the other printer set up, and we're in a CoCo related piece on it. And so
you should be fully going by the time CoCo Fest, the big 40th anniversary of the CoCo comes out this April.
I certainly hope so. Yeah, it's we've got a lot done so far, but there's still a lot to do. The big part, once I get my office set up and thing rearranged, we can get the other, what we call the spare bedroom painted, and then some things back in there. Currently, we have a bed sitting in my office. It needs to go in the spare bedroom once we get it moved out. So, but it should be going back up.
Keep us posted as you kind of get back online and you're back in the full swing. And then if we get some updates, we can have you on again.
Okay.
Well, yeah, and the other thing that's on priority list besides the joystick is my patch for the sound for be able to use the hardware sound straight from BASIC. And I was generating some sound, just not correctly, from the OPL chip and the Mega MPI.
Okay, so this will allow access to the Mega MPI OPL3 from within BASIC.
Right, and it just basically it's going to play your standard thing from BASIC, at least first version. Okay, instead of going, instead of it having to do it, you can set it up. So
So you could use a play command, or
I'm going to actually hook into the play command.
Okay.
And instead of it going through software generation, then the hardware can generate it.
So even existing BASIC programs from way back in the day could be just modified to send it to the OPL.
It doesn't even have to be modified.
Yeah, exactly.
You just load this patch and then it redirects the play command basically to the new hardware.
Yeah.
Now, one question on this, because I'm kind of intrigued. I'm not sure how you're implementing this. The way the current play command works is it has to finish playing the sequence of notes, and then it comes back to your basic program. Because of the OPL chip, technically you could buffer this stuff to the chip and let it play in the background. Is that something you're allowing to do, or are you letting it play through to maintain compatibility with current basic programs?
Well, first version is going to let it play view. Okay. That's version 1. Okay. And then we'll see how it works now. I can get it tuned. Version, I'm probably going to need to extend that a little bit to allow you to send some raw data to it. Maybe add another letter to it. So, you can maybe switch your sounds a little bit.
I was wondering more, are you going to add a command that says, buffer play this? Like I'll send you the string, and as soon as it's got the string, it comes back to your basic program. It's playing in the background, whatever sequence of notes or noises.
I would like for it to be able to do that. Okay. Because that would really make it very useful. Okay.
Yeah, and it would make basic games work a lot better too, because instead of having this pause when the sound plays when you shoot a bullet or whatever, you could actually have it do the sound, and meanwhile the graphics are still going, so the basic program will actually speed up.
Well, absolutely, and but this is like one step at a time. Yes, those are hoped for features. Okay. And, but I want to get to working with the OPL and the game master.
Okay.
And you know, to do that as far as there. And like I said, this is, step one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just get it playing through there so you can use your current basic programs on the new hardware.
So
yeah, you use them on the new hardware, and you may have to do some peeks and pokes and set it up first. If you want it to sound like an organ instead of something, you might have to, do something outside of it. But then the rest of it would be, just the play command.
Well, that's good because we were certain talking about all the different sound options and having difficulty with not a lot of software being done to take advantage of it. So
Well, that's kind of the idea, is to create a piece of software that can be got out there reasonable, get them to start to use this hardware.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that's first step is, okay, if I can replace it, play command. Okay, well now it sounds different. Oh, okay, it sounds like an organ. Well, maybe I have to do some work to make it sound like something else. But yeah, we'll see what we can go. Because this is a patch, and currently, for the Coco 3, because it's all RAM mode, but you should be able to, put the other in RAM mode and overlay it.
Okay, maybe this is something Ed Snyder can actually have changed in STC DOS. Like he can actually implement the patch eventually. He got the patch done for the Mega Mini MPI for STC DOS, so I would think this could be part of a future version.
But you could probably, if there's enough room in a ROM, you could write it so you could override a patch into it.
Yeah, and if not, you would just load M this little patch routine, and then it would just patch the play command, and away you go.
Yep.
And the other thing, if you really like to use it all the time, it's patch. If I can make it all overlay the ROM in no place else, which is the goal, and then you can just run a new ROM if you want.
Yeah, then all your basic programs automatically use it, even when you turn the machine on.
All right.
Yeah. Which is the reason for doing it as that type of patch. And it's like, okay, how much room do I have that I can implement this patch in? And, make sure it doesn't interfere with anything else. And so, like you said, first, baby steps. Well, first step doing it. I did the first step. Yeah, I had it generating the sound. And then I looked at it and said, oh, here's why it's not working right. And printed things out, and about that time, our offer on the house got accepted.
Well, ease of use here, where I got busy with work and I haven't been able to do a darn thing for several months. So.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you're making progress, John, and we'll be able to see you live and in person at Tandy Assembly, right? And that's just in coming up.
I'm good. Yeah, I'm gonna. Like I said, the plan is to be there. I may take off early Sunday. We have some other things that need to do, but hoping to make it down and be able to spend the day on Saturday there.
And for any viewers who aren't familiar with Tandy Assembly, Rob, when is it this year, and where is it?
I was afraid you were going to ask that. I think
The last weekend of September.
Last weekend?
Last weekend of September.
Yeah, I want to say the 26th, something like that.
Two weeks from now.
Yeah, 27th, 28th, and 29th.
Yeah.
And where?
I will post the link in the chat, and it is
Springfield, Ohio, I believe.
Yeah, Springfield, Ohio. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Not a really convenient place to fly into, but if you're within driving distance, certainly you will be able to go. It is being held at the Courtyard by Marriott, downtown Springfield.
It's not too far from Dayton. Okay.
Yeah, and Dayton you can fly into. It's not too much of a drive from there. So rent a car and you can make it there pretty quick.
And maybe we'll actually go into a little bit of the Tandy Assembly. I was thinking we would take a commercial and come back with some of the bonus news, Curtis. I knew you had a couple things, and I have something from Paul Fiscarelli, and we could actually segue after the commercial to Tandy Assembly first, since John Strong's going to be there, and just see.
Yeah, which we should promote it. I mean, it's in 2 weeks, and we haven't really talked about it all that much lately. So I think we should
let's talk about that. and then certainly, John, if you have any insight into Tandy Assembly, we'll include you in that discussion.
Well, I actually need to get off and finish putting back up the drain pipe on the gutter, so I will say
Okay, well,
bye.
we can at least announce, where it is and kind of give the details and stuff.
Yes,
And then,
it's a nice venue. They've had some nice setup. To my understanding, they'll be taping the seminars. Okay.
Good.
And going to make those available.
Good.
At least that's what Randy Weaver was planning when I talked to him at CoCoFest this year. I mean, plans can change.
Paul Fiscarelli's
but-
doing one.
Yeah,
What's that?
Paul's doing a
Fiscarelli's
talk.
doing
Yeah, he's doing a talk on Friday because they're actually going to have activities going on Friday as well. And
that's new this year. I think they only did Saturday, Sunday previous years, right?
yes, right. Only Saturday and Sunday previously. And so they're going to have a tech type session going on Friday. And Paul's one of the persons doing the talk. And if I believe, I'm not trying to steal anybody's thunder, okay, but I think it's going to be on transferring files from floppies and stuff, doing archival rescue type stuff. And I could be wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time.
I know it's something floppy related, so.
Yes.
We'll ask David Ladd because he knows everything floppy related. So.
Yeah. And so good to talk to you guys again. And like I said, I've got things halfway apart outside. I got to go back put together.
All right.
Okay. Well, keep us abreast of the changes, and as you get fully more back online, and then you can start working on your products fully again. We'll pop back on for an update.
Okay. Take care.
Okay, thank you, John. And we'll be right back after these messages with some bonus news content, Tandy Assembly, and some closing thoughts.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Dagger like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCoTALK.
I'm actually
All right, and we're back.
Okay.
Is
You want me to do news or what?
Yeah, let's go into Tandy Assembly just to kind of keep the theme here linked, and I had to run and take a leaky. I'm out of breath. Okay.
Too much information.
Too much. Or not enough. I don't know. No, definitely too much. Okay, so let's see here. I can believe I can zoom in. Yes, I can. Okay, so let's start at the home page. Looks like you can register for Tandy Assembly coming up in a couple of weeks. 27th, 28th, and 29th, 2019 in Springfield, Ohio. You'll want to fly into Dayton for that. You're going to see Mr. Excuse me? Who's that? All right, let me start again here. Tandy Assembly 2019 will take place. All right, who is that? Who's making noise? All right, I will mute you. All right, we're going to try this a third time. Okay. Tandy Assembly 2019 will take place on 27th, 28th, and 29th of September 2019, Springfield, Ohio. Flying to Dayton. Quick drive over. You're going to see John Strong, the creator of Bomb Squad and Bomb Squad 2 and all sorts of fun games. What he has, a Simon Says game.
Got Soviet Bloc, which is a Tetris clone. He's got Gems and Gems 2, which are crystal matching games.
That's right. Actually, that's a very addictive game. His Gems game is very, very good. And I believe it supports the Orchestra 90 or something like that.
Yes, it does. In stereo, actually, because it will pan left and right as you go across.
So where are these games?
They are available only for sale from Mr. John Strong. So you can either purchase them directly from John Strong at Tandy Assembly or CoCoFest, or send a message to John Strong on Facebook for more information. John Strong.
He has a CD or an SD card version now where he has his entire game collection on one thing instead of separate.
I had no idea. That's good to know.
I think he has a website. Is that strongware.com?
He may very well have a website, and I'll type it in really fast and see if anything comes up.
Strongware.net?
Hopefully we won't get pornography here.
Strongware.net.
Strongware.com is available for sale, and it is not...
.net.
What's that? Net? Okay.
Net. .net.
Strongware.net.
So I've been there. I was looking at getting an MCX.
Ah, there you go. Well, we'll have to do a better job at promoting Strongware.net. I've never been on this website. So John Strong's products are available at Tandy Assembly or on Strongware.net. That's STRONGWARE.net. So $10 to go to Tandy Assembly. They've got something called what's this tech track? A set of highly technical and informative classes, so you can actually take some classes that are more technical based, and it's a little bit of a higher fee. So Z80 programming may be your cup of tea, and it is available. And you'll also learn how to design and repair your Model 100, your 8-inch Model 2, 12, 16, 16B, and 6000 disk drives, and upgrading it, tinkering with the I/O bus, and the legendary Paul Fiscarelli talking, as we heard from John Strong, Paul Fiscarelli giving a talk on Coco floppy disks in a high-tech vintage world, and everything you wanted to know about using...
channeling his inner David Ladd.
That's right. I'm almost shocked because I can't believe this is coming from Paul Fiscarelli. But yeah, Paul actually has been working on and is continuing to develop a tool that lets you do all sorts of things with the Coco floppy disks, real and virtual, and so he does have a lot of has a lot of knowledge around that, and certainly will have a lot to talk about at Tandy Assembly. The exhibitor list, I think we can, let's take a look at what, okay. We've got Ian Maverick, so that's a good segue actually. While we are on Ian Maverick, the right stuff, let's see what happens if I click on, okay, it's not a link that I think I can click on. So I'm gonna go to the link that Paul Fiscarelli provided. Let's see here, Paul Fiscarelli. Okay, we're gonna go to click. Yes, I want to go there. Okay. All right. Here's Ian Maverick. Looks like this is from May, and he's talking about his serial program pack. Let's listen.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to This Week in TRS-80 for the 17th of May, 2019. If you've got any questions and you want them answered in the form of a video about the TRS-80 or Tandy computers, send them through to me. My email address is ianm@trs-80.com, and the best questions that come through, I'll answer them in the form of a video. So
go to 5:30.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead. So he gave you his email address. If you have questions, you can send it directly to Ian Maverick's email address that he mentioned, and let's go over to the card. You said 5:30?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Now, this is a modern reproduction of it. It has a few improvements that are needed, sorely needed in the CoCo world. It has gold-plated connectors on it, if you can see that. So reliability, no more oxidization of the connector. It has a Rockwell R6551 serial interface adapter. Has 2764 compatible EEPROM chip that's socketed, so you can change it for your own program, like a drive wire or something. And the line drivers, the 14, 88 and 89, are socketed on this thing, so if you blow them, it takes a couple of minutes to change them over and get back up and running. So if people are after one of these, they should get in touch with me. So that's it for another episode of This Week in TRS-80.
All right, and I don't know the specs, or I don't recognize the chip and kind of what...
It's an RS-232 pack, basically.
Oh, really? It's going to be compatible with that. Okay.
Yeah, because that's the Rockwell 6551 is basically the same chip that the original RS-232 pack did. It's except that it had cheap tin connectors and
okay,
etc. So
one
thing I didn't notice though, does he have a price?
I don't think it was mentioned, so I would assume it's relatively reasonable. Certainly, I got the impression from that Chris guy that this was not something unusually expensive. So I guess we'll have to find out, and maybe Paul can get back to us. Paul Fiscarelli can get back to us on that.
Yeah, because I know some people kind of poo-poo using the RS-232s in the modern age, but there's a couple developments that have happened the last couple of years. I mean, one, we've got ANSI capable terminal programs, both Roger Taylor's NetMate and Sockmaster's old Twilight term, that you can use to log into ANSI PCs like the one that Neil runs, Neil Blanchard. So you got that. You can also do multi-terminal stuff with OS 9. There's a chance of doing head-to-head games and stuff now. Now that some hardware like the Mega Mini is coming with its own RS-232 supports and stuff built in. So there's a lot of opportunity to use this. Plus, the wireless adapters for logging in through the net, etc. too. So I think this might actually take off again, like it used to back in the BBS days and stuff, because there's a lot more stuff you can do with it now.
Absolutely, and last time I checked, you can't buy a brand new RS-232 pack from Radio Shack. I didn't see any of those on the shelves of the new Radio Shack. So you definitely can now get one from Ian Maverick, and if you really want one quickly, you can get it at Tandy Assembly in a couple of weeks. You'll also see the Trash Talkers. I believe Peter Satinsky is the main guy who runs that podcast, and he's going to be going over ArcNet, which I'm not familiar with. Curtis, you have any knowledge about ArcNet?
I'm trying to remember. That's not the Network Controller 2 or anything like that, is it?
It looks like a whole bunch of Model 2s all networked together. The Radio Shack ArcNet Office System. There's an ad up on
that one I'm not as familiar with then.
I think that was like a 2 megabit predecessor to Ethernet.
Oh, yeah?
It was a different company, but yeah, it wasn't daisy chained. It used some
It's
other.
some coax cable, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. So it was very common back in the day before Ethernet 1.
So I don't remember if that was the loop or if it was just a straight line.
I do know some places would use ArcNet. This particular school used Ethernet within the room, but then they used ArcNet for going across the building because it was more reliable to troubleshoot and have less issues and errors.
Okay, well, if you want to know more about it, you can go to Tandy Assembly, of course, and hear more about this project. We have somebody named Jay New, and I don't know all the TRSA model community, so maybe these folks may be well known. I don't know. Jay Newworth is somebody with a company called Newsoft, and he has replacement parts for your Tier City Model 1, 3, 4, 4D, and 4P. So that's available to you, or go to wherever Newsoft products are sold. We've got TR City IO in the Retro Store, Arno Puder and Sasha Haberling, and I'm guessing it's some kind of input-output device. I don't think there's really links here that we can go to. Emulators are available from Eric Dittman in Plano, Texas, 8-inch TR City hard disk emulators. So that's certainly convenient. as well as we saw some private label Tandies. So here at VCS Midwest today, and if you want to see more of these and learn more about these private label Tandies that I don't think I had ever heard of before, but I guess it's a thing, you can see those at Tandy Assembly, as well as modern upgrades for your classic TRS-80s. But getting to what we do know and love and appreciate and want to promote in the CoCo community, it's Brendan Donahue and the CoCo VGA project, something that at least every single Dragon owner should have, so that they can enjoy something called color, or a couleur as they spell it. The rest of us can just you certainly have the option of upgrading to the Color Computer 3, but over there across the pond, they never had a Color Computer 3, and this is a new exciting development, certainly for those folks and anyone who does still have a Tandy one Color Computer 1 and 2 that are compatible with the VGA and want something a little bit sharper than any kind of the composite mods that have been available in the past. So
plus the extended modes they add now too, like 64 by 32 text and palettes with 512 colors and redefinable character sets. Like, it's actually a pretty advanced card now.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think some of that we're going to see certainly on the Gimme X, but I do like that there's certainly a limit to it. The CoCo VGA is not, nor do I think it intends to be a Color Computer 3 replacement. It does seem to just have some, fix a couple of things that need to be fixed and give you those additional color sets and additional capability from the CoCo 1 and 2. But of course, if you do have the opportunity to get a Color Computer 3, you will get programmable timer and interrupts and OS9 level 2 windowing and other things. So, but it's a great option and a great development, and everybody should take a look at that at CoCoVGA.com. Brad McCartney, I don't know him. I don't know what the Vintage Rat Shack does, but look him up. So I don't know what that is. Anyway, we've got plotters for the TRS-80. Mark Marlette, cool stuff for your CoCo Cloud 9. Been a supporter and producer for the Color Computer community for 20 plus years, and Mark will be there with his all sorts of products, your drive wire cables, your memory upgrades, your all sorts of things that he has available for sale. Retro Gaming Roundup podcast looks like there's going to be some representation there. I don't know that particular podcast, and boy, the list goes on and on. I hope I have enough breath to get all this out. Tandy Texas Restorations for your Tandy. The Micro Magic BBS is alive and running apparently on TRS-80s. There's a Model 100 users group, custom 3D printed cases, souvenirs, TRS-80 gadgets, and Tandy portable computers from Rainer Effenhauser. He's going to be there. Karen Roberts is resurrecting a Tandy 1000. That's kind of a dramatic. Sorry, what did I say? Tandy, yeah, Tandy 6000. Excuse me. And that's, what does that have, a Motorola chip in that one?
I think that's kind of like a Model 12 or 16, isn't it? I can't remember now.
I could just Google it. Tandy, what is this? Tandy 6000. Wikipedia usually knows. Tandy 6000. Oh yeah, it looks like it's a 16B. The Model 16 evolved into the 16B, and later the Tandy 6000, gaining an internal hard drive along the way and switching to an 8 megahertz 68000.
So I think that's probably the last of that line.
Oh, 40,000 units. Wow, and that's an expensive computer. 40,000 units in 1984 for the 16B. I had no idea. All right, so just let's finish up here. There's so much to talk about. So you've got your Tandy 6000 with your Motorola 68000 processor. If you want to see what that looks like, go to Tandy Assembly, and last but not least, certainly, although they put all the CoCo people here at the back of the field, but maybe it's an order of registration. So Jason Reichert, the CoCo man, you know him, you love him, you know him for the the switcheroo, the Wallaby cable, and now the Kookaburra. Available soon. The Kookaburra is available coming up on cocoman.biz, so contact Jason Riker for more. And don't forget Nightmare Highway, a game written in 100% machine language in BASIC, and that is available 50% off of its usual free price. It is
written by Jason's brother, Ken.
Written by Ken Reichert at canmakeit.com. CANKENMAKEIT.com. Eric Canales, we know him. Some of us might want to vote for him. We'll talk a little bit about that before the end of the show, as I believe that Eric's running for president of Glenside. We'll know the official nominee list soon. Paul Fiscarelli at Windex Systems with his disk tools and all sorts of Long Branch Never tutorials on YouTube, and his dyno running games that play music and sound in the background. Thanks to a little bit of assistance from Simon Jonason out there across the pond. So Paul, you'll be able to meet him at Tandy Assembly and go to his class. Tim Halloran, I don't know him, but he has some kind of a V-blank modification. Do you know anything about this, Curtis? Model 1?
Can't say as I do.
All right, well, if you want to know more about what a no-chip V-blank modification is, I assume it's to fix some kind of issue with the Model 1. Model 1 did have the legendary, it was a revolutionary and legendary computer, but it was at the forefront of modern micros, and it did have some issues, so I'm guessing this fixes something along those lines. Okay, and I think, Curtis, did you have any links for any bonus news, and then we'll talk about Glenside?
Well, I can share them on my screen. I already got them queued up here.
Oh, okay. Then I will. You can grab the ball or just share if you want.
Okay. Before I start sharing, though, I'll make one comment. I did catch bits of the show after I had to leave for work stuff. I wanted to mention that Paul Thayer, that demo where he's doing the 64 color selection thing.
Mm-hmm.
Normally on the Coco 3, you can't display all 64 colors at once. You have to do weird timing tricks and change palettes mid-scan lines on the screen. So to get the fact that he could actually have a usable interface using the mouse or joystick to move your cursor to select your 16-color palette, but seeing all 64 colors on the screen at once to know exactly what you're getting is actually a handy tool for if you're designing your palette you want to use for a particular game.
Mm-hmm.
So basically it's a way for you to pick the palettes out, looking at the real colors without having to switch between pages, like here's the first 16, here's the next 16.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some basic programs that have done that through some, trickery that you'd be. So it does look very useful.
Yeah, the fact that he had it interactive, I think, is the more unique thing, because most of them do they
just shows it. Yeah, it just displays it.
And this lets you actually pick and select and see what they actually look like. So
hey,
I just want.
Oh, sorry to cut you off. I was just going to say, before we go too far, I just want to check in with Brian the Music Man, because he is here and he's live at the show. And
oh, yeah, go ahead. You can do that before I grab the screen.
Okay. Let's check in with Brian real quick just to make sure. Hey, Brian, do you want to tell us what's going on?
Hey, how's it doing? I actually woke up this morning, had breakfast, and decided on the fly to come here. Actually brought the Go 3 and my music stuff.
Yeah, we're doing the walk around, and somebody saw a keyboard and thought that must be the Music Man.
Yeah.
I think that might have been me.
Official.
I think that was Curtis who said that.
Yeah, it's been great. Huge over here. This is how big the Coco Fest should be.
Yeah, that's right.
Brian, have you been to this show?
On next May. No, it's been great, and the club bought a table here and split it in half. You saw some of the things going on Facebook on that, and one person didn't show up. I brought my stuff out of whim, just in a tote. Showed up, says, "Yeah, it's empty. Come use it." So I'm here, just showing what the Coco is doing. There's other down over here. We've got Coco Man, Ease of Use, Poison Tech. Eric is right back over here on the end. Back over there. He's not there now. I think he's actually in the minimum bid auction, which is over in the next section behind me, behind the barrier. But yeah, it's been great. It's been great. A lot of people.
Now, Brian, have you been to this particular VCF show before?
This is the first time I've been here.
Okay, because I was wondering, like, if you had been before, like, it sounds like this one's a lot bigger than previous years, and I was just wondering.
Well, they just moved. From what I understand, they just moved to I think it was Clarence Hills, in that, and it's bigger from what I understand. And so, if you hear some of the noise behind me, that's some of the people. I think that's over from the minimum bid auction. So.
That reminds me of Coco Fest.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that he pulled it from us, and he started doing here to bring in people and get the equipment and stuff that people was bringing in into the hands of people who really wanted it, and plus also raise money so that they can continue on like we do at the Glenside for the next year.
Yeah, it works really well, and you guys have been doing that since the 90s, so.
Yeah, we have been. So, next May is going to come pretty fast, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
So, any questions?
No, I think I just want to make sure we saw you at the event, and sometimes you might have some news that you needed to share in a hurry before you got taken away. So.
Yeah, no real news. Just
I guess I have one question since you've actually been there today. Have you been manning the booth for the most part, or have you been wandering around?
I didn't get here until like almost noon. I didn't get set up until after 1 o'clock.
Okay, because if you've been around at the booths in the Coco section, I'm just wondering how busy has it been? Have you seen a lot of new faces asking about the Coco?
Yeah, there's a lot of Atari, Commodore. There's all flavors of computers here. Regular IBMs. In fact,
yeah, Stevie gave us a tour before. He actually toured all of the different ones.
Yeah.
But I was just wondering, like, how busy are the booths at the Coco? Have people been surprised about what it can do and maybe didn't know too much about it?
Yeah, there's definitely been actually quite a few people who come by, saw what I was doing here, and that they're said, I do MIDI stuff too, and I have a Coco too, and I didn't know that you could do that.
Cool. How many are coming to Coco Fest now? Have you told them about that coming up in May?
Oh, I've been speaking my mind on that. A little good PR.
Oh, that'd be good. It'd be nice to see some fresh new faces, especially considering it's a 40th Coco this year. So.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we can definitely get quite a few more going. So.
Cool. That's the only questions I had.
Okay, so.
All right.
If that's all, then I'll put my mute back on, and then I'll hand it back over to you since you want to show some other stuff.
All right, reporting live, Brian the Music Man.
Yep.
All right.
Brian.
Curtis, back to you.
Okay, let me do the old share thingy here. I've only got 2 little bits I wanted to. Oh no, you're still.
Oh, you can't grab it?
No.
Okay, then I will.
It says you cannot screen share while the other participant is sharing.
Okay, so does that mean we'll still hear? Okay, you just won't hear my computer sound, but that's fine. So, I don't know how to stop sharing. Wait, never mind. I know. Okay, stop share.
You're not going to change yourself.
Oh, okay, because I'm sharing my video. That's why. Okay, there you go. Go ahead.
Okay.
You should be able to now.
You guys see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, we were talking about Ben Jimenez, and he was doing the update we saw on Facebook with some of the new graphic tiles and things. He actually released a video after that was done that actually shows some of the interactive text and the way he's actually setting up the screen for the actual gameplay. So I will run this. And once again, this is in pure basic. He's not doing any machine language routines or anything at this point.
And sorry, which game was this?
This is that RPG that Ben's doing. Now this time he's got artifacting turned on, but you can kind of see he's got the screen layout. Now he's got a text window on the bottom. And you actually turn the artifacting color on in this case. I know he said he preferred to run it in the black and white. But I think he was just experimenting to see what it looks like with the artifacting coloring.
No, it looks
He's
pretty
got
good.
his own little custom font he's doing with draw commands, I'm presuming. So they're a little slow at this point, but he wanted to keep it pure basic. But this kind of give you an idea of the layout of the screen that he's just kind of figuring out how he wants the game to play. So you can have this interactive window on the bottom kind of explaining things or interacting with characters and stuff. So that was kind of neat. He actually did a further update on it, and also you get to see what it looks like in artifacting mode.
Very nice.
On the panel here, just from looking at this, since he's not really designing it for artifacting per se, I was wondering what your guys' opinion was. Do you think it looks better with the artifacted colors, where you get a little bit of red and blues and stuff there, or does it look better pure black and white?
This particular image looks good with the artifacting, but I don't know, you know, what other scenes will look like. I think this looks pretty good.
Anybody else in the panel want to chip in to see what they think?
Everyone's on mute. Nick Marotta, Al Hartman. I think
Sorry,
they
I
all
got
fall
distracted
asleep.
by an email I got about something else.
Oh, okay. I think you and I just are having this call on our own, Curtis.
We're just having our own conversation.
No, I'm sorry. I just got an email related about something totally unrelated to.
Do you like the artifact thing on the screen, or you think it would be better in black and white, Nick?
Like he showed on his previous Facebook post.
I think actually, yeah, the artifact seems okay. Yeah.
I mean, one thing that I would prefer the black and white is for is the text, because you don't get that, you know, kind of fuzzy blue head.
Yeah.
Pure. It'd be like Dagrath. Dagrath to me looks better on pure black and white versus artifact.
It's kind of like spot color. So the text is a little annoying, but you know we get that on the Apple II also. But I like the map. With the
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm looking at the map. The map looks nice with some color.
Yeah, I mean, you get that with the text, although it does look very retro.
Yeah. I know Ben himself has said he's kind of steering towards the black and white model. Like you'd run it in an RGB monitor as pure black and white type thing. But I'm kind of mixed on that too, because the graphics, I think it does lend to the graphics a bit better, but it does make the text a bit fuzzier. So I don't know which way. Maybe make it an option, I guess.
Well, can you make the text black and white and the rest of it the color?
Yeah, you can make a white background with black text. That would show up better. Or you could bold it. I don't know, since he's doing this in basic, that might be a bit slower, having to draw double pixels for everything.
Yeah, you can't just turn off the artifacting there. You could probably try to mitigate it, but as Curtis said, you could do a different background.
Yeah, if you did black text on white background, that would get rid of most of it, if you like the alternate levels on Dagrath. Or bolding the text. If you're doing 2 pixels side by side, it generally shows up as yellow. You'll get a slightly blue fringed yellow or a yellow fringe, or sorry, blue fringed white or a yellow fringed white, but it'll be much more white than this is.
Well, if he did it in OS 9, he could just pop up into the window.
Exactly. But he's trying to do this in basic and pure basic from what I said. He doesn't even want to do ML subroutines. He wants to see if he can do it in basic. Maybe he'll change his mind in the future. I don't know. But so far, it looks pretty darn good, I have to say.
He could also do it in Coco 3 640 by 225 and have 4 real colors of any of his choosing. But you know.
Yeah, but I think he's trying to make something Coco 1 and 2 specific.
I know.
Or not specific, but compatible with.
That's right. We must always do that.
Yeah. And this last one is... Sorry, what was that, Mark?
And it should work on the Dragon.
Yep. And
Well,
TDP
that is true. I do have a soft spot for the Dragon people.
Now, mind you, the Coco VJ works in the Dragon too, which is nice, so they can start getting some of these extra things too. So.
Yes. Okay, so
Anyway,
the next one.
the last one I have is kind of a bit of a lark. You know, I've shown some comparison videos done by, I can't remember the name of the YouTuber that does it, but he compares like a bazillion platforms of the same clone or the same official release game.
Mm-hmm.
This is by somebody totally different, and they're doing a comparison too, and they're doing Silpete. So they're showing like the Andy 1000 version or / IBM PC and the Amiga, and you know some of these higher end systems, the FM77. Yeah, they have sound chips and sprite chips and you know more powerful CPUs. And then he threw in the Coco one too, and he's not very impressed by it.
No.
I'll play a little bit of his comments. I just thought it was kind of funny. So.
Does he know it had to be squeezed on a small cartridge, and we didn't get a lot of the?
He doesn't know any of it, and as he puts on his little header thing, all opinions presented in this video are those of the creator. You may or may not agree. That's life. Accept it and move on. So.
All right. I'm going to write a strongly worded complaint letter.
So basically, he goes through, and I mean, if you've seen the actual Silpete on these other platforms, it actually has all these 3D wireframes that you fly into to go to the various levels and things. So I'm going to mute the sound because they have a lot of this.
But the fact of the matter is, I know separate from this, is the Coco 3 could have done all that. Certainly the Coco 3, and this was a fat binary, so it was Coco 2 as well.
Yeah.
It could have done that had it come out on disc. Don't you think?
I think it might have, even if they did, if it was one of the ones allowed to become a super cartridge with more than 32K, I think you could have done it even on a cartridge. Like, Predator and RoboCop had 64 and 128K. Now,
Okay.
these came out before that super cartridge was designed, and it would have bumped the cost up. So, but on the standard one, you go through this, you fly into this, and then you actually start playing the actual game as you go in. And
Yeah.
I mean, how fast this sequence runs depends on which platform. You'll see some of the other platforms run faster and smoother, and some run even slower and choppier. But none of this is in the CoCo version. But they had to make a fat binary, so they had to make it run on a CoCo 1 and 2, and doing this type of wireframe is pretty slow on a CoCo 1 and 2, though not, as you said, not impossible. But the actual gameplay itself is not too much different compared to what we're used to on the CoCo side of things.
Yeah, I mean, this looks very similar.
Slightly better scaling of graphics and a bit more, I don't know. From what he had described too, he said it's a lot harder. He said the CoCo version's way too easy.
Yeah, I don't think I got too far in it.
And if you can hear that, is that too loud?
But I don't think we can hear anything. I can't hear anything. No, we're not getting any sound. But I don't think we.
Sure, I gotta click that stupid checkbox again.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you getting sound there?
Yes.
Is it too loud, or should I?
No, it's fine.
Nope.
It's perfect. It's perfect right there.
Anyway, you'll notice these other ones will have sound chips. Of course, they're playing background music and.
See, it's not a fair fight.
No, not really. But I'll fast forward here past some of these other versions. And the CoCo one here.
Oh well, at least he didn't play the CoCo 1 and 2 one, but they're pretty much identical.
I gotta go back.
MS DOS, they get a little background. Oh, our poor sound chip.
Yeah. Yeah, compared to having a background music and a listener, just tick, tick, click, click, click. Yeah, here, listen to his comment though.
Now, this is quite a unique port, as it's the only one that uses sprites instead of polygons. It's also the only port that's bloody boring as hell to play. The game is incredibly easy, and to make matters worse, there are noticeable gaps between waves of enemies, leaving you waiting for something to attack. Add in the backgrounds that very rarely change and no music, and you can see why this port is bad.
How does he really feel about it?
Tell me why? Did Tanny make all our games look bad?
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned though, we could have done better, and I'm assuming they were under deadlines and everything else too here, because we know that the current programmers like Nick or Sockmaster could have had background music. We could have done the polygon stuff.
Yep.
But like you said, yeah, they cram it into a cartridge, and I think in this case it was a 16 or 32K cartridge. But here's one of the more modern versions of it. Like that's beyond the CoCo capabilities.
Yeah, that now you get into Amiga territory.
Yeah,
maybe.
This port is by far.
And I thought it was just cute hearing somebody and all the other ports like he shows on the bottom here. The other machines that he's showing, and he's showing like the Mega CD, the IBM PC, which is actually the Tandy 1000 type stuff, the Apple II GS, the Fujitsu FM77, and the NEC PC, all of which have some dedicated hardware and sound hardware and other stuff too. So I mean, we're hardware-wise completely outclassed on this, so it's not surprising. It was funny to hear somebody comparing it, with frankly more modern style machines. So,
but in reality, when it came out, it was also subpar. So that's what it was, and Tandy was okay with doing that.
Yeah.
I mean, the other one that the same company brought out that was along the same line was Thexter. I mean, that one also was a bit subpar sound-wise, and it was subpar for not having all the levels. But at least the main gameplay actually matched, I think, pretty well the other ones.
Yeah, we would probably hold up, except for the music, we would probably hold up on a Thexter comparison as long as they don't go too far in the game.
Yeah, no, don't go past level 5. So
yeah.
Anyway, that was the two little bonus bits I wanted to throw in.
Okay, so we're going on 4 hours 20 minutes. So let's get to the Glenside Color Computer Club and the election news, and we'll certainly try to do that at the top of the show next week. But since we're closing down the show, I think I can't think of any better subject than that. Let me go to the full screen, and I'm just going to bring up as a visual the Glenside. What's the website for the? Maybe I'll just Google it here. Glenside Color Computer Club. So if you haven't been, this is the newer website designed by Steve Bjork. Let's see. Do they have any of the information on the election on the on this page? I don't know. But you can see Coco Fest was earlier this year. We've got Vince's Computer Festival happening right now, and Tandy Assembly coming up at the end of the month. And oh, by the way, Portland Retro Gaming Expo. If you know anybody in the Portland, Oregon area, I have a feeling we might have a representative there.
I might be able to pull that off.
Yeah, we have a secret friend out there in the Portland area. But I don't know. We've got meetings. You know what? Maybe we can go to Brian Schubring because he does have the meetings typically at his house.
Yeah, I don't know if they put it up. Meeting was only Thursday, so it's only been 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, I know. Stevie was on the call. Hey, Brian, do you have an update on the Color Computer meeting and upcoming elections that you can share with us? What do the people need to know about the elections? Do we have nominees?
You can send an email to Tony or to the club or on the Tandy list. You can cast your vote or nomination for the nominations, and nominations will be closed on the 21st, which is going to be the picnic, which will be streaming in that, so everything will be live. So other questions can be had at that point. I don't have the list of everybody. I think it was going to be Brian Goers is going to still be nominated for being treasurer. Eric was nominated for president.
Eric Canales.
What was that?
Eric Canales, you're referring to.
Yeah. Let's see, who else was for president also? Oh, and also
John Lindahl.
John Lindahl. You know, also, let's see, VP was. I am just bad at names now. I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Well, Bruce Moore is in the chat. He says voting will not open until next week.
Right.
They shouldn't look for election info on the website. As you mentioned, they can go to the Tandy list, email list, or email Tony Pedraza directly. And it looks like Bruce is also saying that Terry Steeg, our friend Terry Steeg, who is obsessed with Tandy data products, he is running for vice president?
Steegi.
Yeah, that's
Steegi.
Steegi, yeah.
Or Steggy.
No, Steggy.
Steggy.
It's Steggy. It's double dots above the E's. It's German.
It's got an umlaut?
Umlaut.
Umlaut? Okay.
That is a rockin' name.
Umlaut. All right, Terry Steggy. I apologize, Terry. Someday while you're still on this earth, we'll get your name right.
Yeah. So, anyway, back to you guys.
All right, well, thank you, Brian. You're very close to the action, so just wanted to check with you. And it sounds like I didn't. Thank you, Bruce Moore on the chat for chiming in. Anything?
So it looks like we'll have more official word on who's all are nominated, how to vote, etc. What the voting time or date range is, etc. Next week.
Yeah, we'll be having live feed on the 21st and such. They tried to railroad me to be the president again, back like I did back in '95, I think. So.
Okay. So.
I got too much going on in my life right now. So.
All right.
All right. I'll be quiet.
I should mention that there was a post in the Zoom chat here from Mark about a new article on Facebook that Ed Snyder just put up showing some of the new Gimme X graphic modes, which I think I should throw in as a bit of news because it looks
All
pretty
right.
darn
Well,
impressive.
well, why don't we do this? Let's play the out. Well, okay. No, people might think we're over if I play the outro. Why don't we do it now then? So that because this is big breaking news.
Breaking news.
Curtis,
Literally.
take it away.
Okay, can you guys see that?
Yep.
So I'll just read the text out for any of you listening to the audio podcast. You won't be able to see the actual pictures, but Ed says, spending a little time lately with the Gimme X as we approach completion of this project. One thing I really wanted to see was what the extended video modes can do. And we've kind of briefly touched on those before. So I'm writing some viewers this weekend that take a specially formatted BMP file and display them to show off the enhanced resolution, color depth, and expanded palette that the Gimme X provides. I just finished the 640 by 225 16 color mode routine and thought I'd share a few initial test pics. I love this new mode. Next is to write the viewer to use the 256 color modes. So these screenshots are 640 by 225 16 color. So this takes 64K per screen. So I don't know if you'd want to use these in games using a lot of graphics because it gets pretty complicated. You'd have to be swapping between halves of screens and stuff. And if you want to do page flipping, well, that's 128K. But I have to say these do look impressive.
Yep. So will you support these new modes, Curtis, in Nitrous 9?
Well, same issue there. I can't map in 64K into the Graphics workspace. So Bill and Noble and I have been discussing this because he has done some support. Like there's higher text modes too. There's 80 by 50, 80 by 60 text modes. Those we will be supported. In fact, they're already supported in the Matchbox and the Mr. Coco and stuff. So those drivers are actually done. We just have to patch them for however the Gimme X does the mapping. So those will definitely be supported. And some of the higher color modes, but at lower reses, yes, we can support. I can see me putting into CoVDG support for 160 by 225 by 256. We could do 320 by, remember here. Oh, the extended palettes too, because he's got palettes beyond 64 colors too, so you can actually pick a much more custom palette.
Okay.
But yeah, there's definitely. I think I'm trying to remember if Gimme X supports a higher vertical res. They were talking at one time doing like 640 by 450 or 400. And if we do a 2-color mode version of that, yes, we can support that as well, or a 320 by 400 by 4-color mode. So you get double vertical resolution. So those might actually work. No, those are not coded yet, but
okay. So
I have to see because I don't know all the details what all modes are supporting yet. So
okay, so it sounds like there'll be some immediate support for some of the modes and color sets for the Gimme X with some of the bigger, 640, 16 color mode perhaps coming down the line in future versions that will require a more extensive rewrite.
Yeah, and they'll definitely be slower because you'll be swapping memory in and out constantly just to draw to one screen. Because you can't map in the entire 64K because you have no room for your code to run then, so you have to keep mapping chunks in. So it'll slow things down a bit.
Okay, and maybe a little faster in RS-DOS because you don't have to swap out the OS?
It'd still be a little bit slower than the current modes. Like the current modes, the maximum size is, even if you do a by 225, it's less than 40K. So you still have 24K basically available from the MMU that you can have your
You're talking about the 640 current mode, 4-color?
Yeah, or 320 by 225 16-color mode.
Oh, it's the same. Yeah, that's right. That's yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, and nobody wants to use the 4-color mode as it is, and it doesn't take up any more memory, so I doubt anyone really will care about this, unfortunately.
Well, like I said, if they have vertical resolution changes and the expanded palettes, you can definitely do some stuff with that. So, and then the expanded text modes, those you definitely can do. Those will fit easily.
Is there anything with, I'm getting a little out of my skis here, but anything with direct memory? I know the Coco 3 had direct memory access. Does that, or the potential to do it? The
609 does, but if I remember correctly, some of those lines aren't fully hooked up.
Yeah, there's something blocking that, but apparently it can be modified. A hardware modification can be
modification, but you have to modify the motherboard itself, from what I understand.
But if that were done, just out of curiosity, would that improve any of the swapping?
It wouldn't improve the swapping, but you could tell it to stream a block of data to graphics memory that's not currently mapped into the CPU. Well, actually, I guess you'd have to have it tied with the MMU to do that too. You'd have to do some additional hardware to kind of do that.
Okay. So it sounds like if people really demand that, then that's going to have to be a hardware modification. And maybe if that were to be the case, maybe that's somebody that like Boys on Tech who could make those modifications at the same time as they're doing memory upgrades and things like that. So, but if you want to do a static images at that mode,
if you want to make a picture viewer like the old GIF viewers and stuff,
you'll be able to do that.
That you could even do in Nitrous 90. You could set it up so we would actually set the video mode, and then the program would just have to do, here's the first 32K, map in the next chunk, here's the next 32K. So it'd be a little bit slower drawing it, but there are some modes that I think if they have that increased vertical resolution that we could enable that. Like if you ran G Shell on the 320 4-color mode like it is now for the 40 column version of it, you could actually double the vertical res. You could fit twice as many icons vertically.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of stuff you could definitely do.
And needless to say that your immediate benefits for the Gimme X are going to be happening in OS 9. So.
Some, I mean, like I said, the higher text modes for sure will be supporting. That just requires a couple patches to the routines builds already got done. Enhanced palette support, we have to figure out how to make it so it's backwards compatible with the current palette settings without breaking anything, but you could actually fine tune your colors for your game or your whatever you're doing graphically wise to get much more fine tuned colors. Like you could have 14 shades of green on the screen at once if you wanted to, for example.
I'm just guessing that if I want to take advantage of my brand new purchased Gimme X that, let's say, it comes out next month, I'm going to be able to do more with OS 9 than I am going to be doing in RS-DOS waiting around for...
I don't think so, because Ed, by the sounds of it, he's going to have these viewers and stuff ready to go with the Gimme X.
Curtis, I'm trying to do some marketing here. We just say yes, Rob. Everything's better...
Use it in both, that's what I'm thinking.
Is it not a fact, Curtis, that everything is better in OS 9?
See, Curtis is more diplomatic and balanced than you are.
No, I'm what they call a realist. I know the limitations.
Is it not a fact that OS 9 is forever and that a very popular hashtag is hashtag OS 9 forever?
Yeah, that could be. It's got its strengths, and RS-DOS has its strengths too. I'm sure Nick Randi's would pipe in with. So.
Is Curtis on trial? 'Cause that's what it sounds like. Is it not a fact, Curtis? That.
Yeah.
Were you not?
I played the 5th.
Where were you on the night of?
Well, we know where we were on the night of September 14th, 2019, because it's almost nighttime, or will be certainly on this coast, and we've been streaming for over 4.5 hours live from VCF Midwest.
Half an hour ago.
We could not stop streaming. We're like the Grant Lady of broadcasts.
That's definitely something you got to call your doctor about. If you cannot stop streaming.
If you cannot stop streaming for more than 4 hours, please call your doctor. But I think we've reached the limits of my patience for this tomfoolery. So
and it's dinner time.
I'm seeing Mark B yawning. I can't remember the last time I actually tasted food or drank liquids, and we are about to come to a close. And I will turn over the let's play the closing credits, and then we'll do a nice handoff to the rest of the weekend. So we'll be right back after these messages and say a few closing words.
Hi there, this is Mark Overholzer, and you're watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly talk show where you can join in. Hey, come watch us and see what's happening in the world of Coco.
CoCoTALK is brought to you in part by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex. We think it works, so will you.
What's going on, everybody? Stevie Stroh, and I want to say thank you for continuing to watch and listen to CoCoTALK. We love doing this show. We think we put together a pretty good show for you, but this show could be better with your help. So if you would like to send a feedback, a comment, a suggestion, a show topic, or maybe even your own little segment or bumper, then send it to us via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. This show would be nothing without you. Love to hear from you.
CoCoTALK, c'est le coq champignon, des micros et dans le pion. Pour le jeu, il n'y a pas d'attente, les études, c'est pas bizarre. L'expansion est dans les commandes, tu vas voir ça. Notre coco est bon.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at cocotalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTalk is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTalk is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTalk.live.
CoCoTalk is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTalk is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTalk would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Differendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTalk theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.
Alrighty, we're back, and we're done. Any last words? Mark B., are you prepared to take the torch? Have I handled the show to your satisfaction? Are you okay with what has transpired?
Are you still awake?
No, we need a do-over.
Well, let's do it over. Let's do the West Coast feed, starting now.
This was good. Not sure if there's going to be anything left for tomorrow.
Well, if there is, it's all you, my friend, because I've got to start packing and I've got a trip tomorrow. So
if we do want our money back, how do we get it?
If you want your money back, you will write to L. Curtis Boyle, care of Queen Elizabeth II. At
Saskatoon,
yes,
Canada.
and write to Queen Elizabeth II.
HOHOHO. That's the Santa Claus postal code when you send Christmas letters.
As always, direct your complaints to the number 4 retro at go4retro.com. It's always Jim Brain's fault, but anyway, thanks to the panel, Mark B., our guest host. Do you want to do the outros, Nick?
No. Okay. I was just gonna say something that I saw on Facebook this past week.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll save you to last, then so you can share that thought. But Mark B., thank you, our guest hoster and technical advisor and segment producer, and thank you so much, Mark. Al Hartman from Jersey with his insights today on all the different retro products and different facts and things that we need to know. And thank you, Al, if you're out there, as well as Bill Noble and his OS9 experience. Bill and Curtis joining right at the top of the OS9 segment. It's certainly comforting and reassuring to know there's people that care about real operating systems and real multitasking. As well as Mark D. Overholzer, our 6502 expert, a man who just knows more about Apple than Del Monte fruit.
I don't know about that. Probably more than most, except for maybe Al.
Brian, the Music Man, Schubring, thank you so much for your updates and music and support of the community, and for waking up this morning and deciding to go to VCF Midwest. If you see LGR or the 8-Bit guy, stop him and get an interview. and make sure to record it. As well as Nick Marotta, the man who put ukulele on the map, and he apologizes. Nick, you wanted to say goodbye and maybe mention something as we get prepared to hit the button.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when we're talking about sending letters and all that, somebody posted on Facebook that they listened to the last episode of CoCoTALK using a mini disc, a Sony mini disc. I guess they must have downloaded it and copied it onto the mini disc. So I'm thinking we should start offering transcripts of the show on mini disc. Just send a self-addressed stamped envelope.
I'm a big supporter of Minidisc, and I encourage you on that subject. Techmoan, also a famous YouTuber, is not at the VCF Midwest, but he has a great video called Minidisc and Appreciation, so you can find that on YouTube. And on that note, we'll leave you with positive notes about Minidisc, elections coming up for Glenside Color Computer.
Yeah, we'll go through that in detail next week. I also want to apologize. I had to duck out for work stuff here earlier, so I kind of missed part of the show.
Curtis is sorry, and he apologizes.
I forced news upon you guys.
That's right. No, I hope I did it justice. So thank you everybody for the VCF Midwest streaming, and look for more VCF Midwest coming up this weekend with perhaps with Mark B handling those duties. And we'll see you next week. Are we ready to hit the button? Say goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, everyone.